Bonjour à tous. Sur le principe de l'agora, on démarre et puis on voit qui vient pour ce hotspot, ce blue hotspot, ce matin consacré à une actualité littéraire, des livres qui viennent de sortir et des livres qui nous font vivre. Vivre de l'océan, peut-être avec un S. Peut-être avec un S, on aurait pu mettre vivre de l'océan. Dans le cadre de ce One Ocean Summit, entre les ateliers qui sont dans l'auditorium et les forums qui sont au premier étage, dans ce parcours, il y a ce moment de débat, de contradiction, mais ce matin, je pense qu'on va être consensuel. Mais consensuel, ça ne veut pas dire être sans relief. Et on a des personnalités de relief avec nous, des écrivains, mais aussi des aventuriers, des directeurs de très grandes institutions. Et c'est un honneur, en fait, pour nous de vous avoir dans ce hotspot, avec ce décor derrière nous qui est une traversée aussi, une traversée du Pacifique équatorial, avec cette présence de l'Anthropocène. C'est un peu aussi ce que vous imaginez, ce que vous rencontrez, ce rapport de l'homme, la nature et peut-être les objets, pour parler un peu de Confucius. Donc j'ai l'honneur d'accueillir Robert Calcagno, le directeur général et le président de l'Institut océanographique de Monaco. Merci d'être avec nous. Vous allez nous parler de votre livre qui vient de sortir et peut-être on peut échanger aussi sur votre engagement. Merci d'être au One Ocean Summit et c'est un grand honneur de vous avoir avec nous. On sait à quel point Monaco est pionnier, est exemplaire, est un modèle pour nous autres dans cette région du monde. Nous avons aussi François Sarano, écrivain, aventurier, vous me direz si on peut dire ça, peut-être pas, mais surtout à travers votre livre, réconcilier les hommes avec la vie sauvage et puis pour les requins.
Au nom des requins.
Au nom des requins. Vous nous direz cette exploration à laquelle vous nous invitez avec votre dernière publication. Et j'aimerais bien quand même, quand on aura un petit moment de discussion, de débat, que vous nous parliez de Calypso, votre rapport avec ce monde des océans et puis votre engagement. Un autre engagé, si je peux me permettre, c'est Vincent Doumézel, qui avec son livre « La révolution des algues » est aussi révolutionnaire qu'innovant et offre une proposition, comment dire, inclusive ou à la fois, si j'ai bien lu vite, qui parle à la fois de l'économie bleue, mais aussi de livelihoods des gens. Et je crois que c'est cette humanité-là qui nous intéresse à travers vos trois parcours, ce rapport encore une fois de l'humain avec l'océan, le végétal, l'animal. Donc merci beaucoup. On va commencer peut-être avec vous, Robert, pour nous parler de votre dernier ouvrage.
Oui, alors l'Institut océanographique publie assez régulièrement des livres sur des sujets phares, sur des thèmes particuliers importants pour l'océan et sur lesquels nous rassemblons vraiment la totalité de la connaissance scientifique disponible et on l'intègre sur les enjeux pour la société, les enjeux politiques, les enjeux pour chacun. Donc avec l'aide de François, on a fait ça il y a quelques années sur les requins, on a aussi travaillé sur les méduses, les tortues marines, la problématique des grands fonds. Et cette année, nous avons choisi le thème des régions polaires. Alors, il y a une raison dans le timing, puisque cette année, nous commémorons le centenaire du décès du prince Albert Ier, notre fondateur. Vous l'avez dit à choc, hein, ça fait quelques années que la principauté de Monaco s'intéresse à la connaissance et à la protection de l'océan et effectivement son Altesse Sérénissime le prince Albert II, donc l'arrière-petit-fils du prince Albert Ier, a souhaité que nous utilisions cette année pour commémorer l'œuvre de son trisaïeul. Et son trisaïeul, il a piloté 28 explorations maritimes scientifiques et notamment à cette époque-là 4 au Svalbard et donc il a découvert toute une série de contrées, en particulier dans la région nord-ouest du Svalbard et c'était vraiment sa passion et son grand amour. Nous avons donc choisi de nous focaliser sur les régions polaires. Donc il y a la sortie de ce livre qui n'est pas encore sorti, c'est le 23 février prochain.
Il apparaît sur l'écran.
Voilà, je l'ai là.
Au cœur des mondes polaires.
Il est assez sympa, il y a de très belles photos, et facile à lire. Donc juste immédiatement après, le 24 et le 25 février, on a un symposium des plus grands scientifiques mondiaux, on arrive à les réunir sur les pôles, et je dirais les deux pôles. C'est l'originalité parce que souvent l'Arctique et l'Antarctique ne se parlent pas très souvent. Donc là, on va les mettre ensemble et on va en tirer les conséquences. Ensuite, on embrayera sur la Monaco Blue Initiative, la Monaco Ocean Week, donc 20, 21 mars et suivant. Vincent Doumézel opine de la tête puisqu'il fait une journée algues le jeudi 24 mars, si je me souviens bien. Il nous en dira tout à l'heure, je vais rester sur mes pôles. Et puis on prépare une grande exposition, Mission polaire, au musée océanographique qui s'ouvrira le 1er mars. Et un voyage au Svalbard aussi, fin juin. Voilà tout un programme. Et puis, la problématique des pôles que vous connaissez, une région particulièrement sensible au changement climatique qui se réchauffe 3 à 4 fois plus vite que le reste de la Terre, mais surtout qui a un impact sur nous parce que c'est un régulateur absolument formidable de notre climat. Sans l'océan austral, on aurait très très chaud en ce moment. Donc on parle de tout ça, la richesse de la biodiversité, la nécessité de la protéger, un combat que nous menons petit à petit pour créer les aires marines protégées dans l'océan austral.
Magnifique. Magnifique présentation et magnifique voyage. C'est un ensemble de voyages auxquels vous nous invitez dans votre institut et sous votre présidence, votre direction. Nous y sommes allés plusieurs fois depuis de nombreuses années. Et on y découvre assez régulièrement, j'en parlais avec Olivier Dufourneau, mon collègue qui a travaillé chez nous et qui doit nous écouter, nous regarder des bureaux. Vous avez ce rapport aussi avec, je trouve, l'esthétique. L'esthétique qui est une éthique. L'esthétique, vous avez des œuvres d'art qui ont été exposées en dialogue avec vos collections extraordinaires. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous en parler? On sort un peu des pôles, mais peut-être qu'il y a des œuvres ou des commandes que vous avez effectuées qui touchent aussi à ce rapport de l'éthique et de l'esthétique.
Oui, on ne sort pas du tout du sujet. Depuis là encore, appuyons-nous sur notre passé, mais depuis l'origine, je cite le prince Albert Ier qui a voulu créer ce temple de la mer pour rassembler, François connaît le mot par cœur, rassembler dans un même éclat les deux forces directrices de la civilisation, l'art et la science. Donc la science, c'est fondamental, c'est la base de toute notre action, mais l'art, l'émotion est très important. Et effectivement, on a le musée est une œuvre d'art en lui-même. Le mobilier du musée, fabriqué par la maison Baguès, par Baccarat, par des artistes absolument extraordinaires, sont des œuvres d'art. Mais nous accueillons régulièrement des expositions d'art. Tenez, je ne l'ai pas cité tout à l'heure, mais à partir du 19 mars, nous avons une exposition de grands peintres de la mer du Nord. C'est un peu une nouveauté pour le musée océanographique d'accueillir des peintres que je clarifierais de classiques, même si c'est la période moderne du 19e siècle, avec Hans Kreuer, Munch, qui va parler à nos sens, qui va parler à notre émotion, et ce complément art et science est absolument indispensable.
Sublime, merci. On viendra pour tous ces rendez-vous auxquels vous nous conviez et aussi le rendez-vous avec votre livre qu'on attend avec impatience. C'est sur l'émotion qui m'offre ce mot, la transition idéale pour regarder François. François qui nous fait voyager et partager surtout vos émotions, votre rapport avec la vie sauvage, comme vous le dites, cette manière que vous avez unique de vouloir en tout cas réconcilier les hommes avec la vie sauvage et donc récemment avec les requins. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler de votre dernier ouvrage et de requins en particulier, François Sarano?
Vous voulez voyager? Fermez les yeux. Le Pacifique est calme, bleu. On est par 20 mètres, suspendu dans l'épaisseur liquide. Il y a 250 mètres sous les palmes. Les rayons du soleil convergent vers un point, vers 40 mètres de profondeur, là. C'est blanc. Et tout d'un coup, dans ce lueur blanche, vous voyez une silhouette qui tourne, qui monte, qui soudain prend des muscles, des ailerons. C'est un grand requin blanc, les dents de la mer. 5,50 mètres, 1,5 tonnes. Il vient droit sur vous. Il ne détourne pas. Il est là, il est contre vous. Il vous accueille. Il vous permet pendant 1 minute, 1 minute et demie, d'être à côté de lui, posé sur sa nageoire dorsale, sans toucher, par respect, mais côte à côte, œil dans œil, épaule contre nageoire. Et il vous offre le moment le plus bouleversant de votre vie, qui vous change pour toujours, et qui vous dit, comment est-ce qu'on a pu se tromper comme ça? Comment est-ce qu'on a pu dire des choses sur cet animal que personne n'était allé jamais rencontrer? Il faut changer la chose. Voilà pourquoi j'ai eu envie d'écrire ce livre, après celui de Coralie Chaube, Réconcilier l'homme avec la vie sauvage, au nom des requins. Pourquoi parler au nom des requins aujourd'hui? Pas simplement parce qu'on se trompe lourdement sur leur compte, parce que ce sont les animaux marins les plus menacés. Pourquoi menacés? Parce que, comme les mammifères, les cétacés, ils ont une fécondité très faible, une maturité tardive, qui fait qu'ils ne peuvent pas supporter une exploitation, comme les autres poissons qui ont au contraire une fécondité extrêmement importante et qui peuvent revenir en force lorsque tout d'un coup, on diminue un petit peu la pression de prédation. Les requins et les raies, ils ne peuvent pas. Ils sont les plus fragiles qui soient. Et ce sont eux qui sont les plus exploités aujourd'hui. Les plus exploités, ils ne bénéficient pas, comme les dauphins, comme les cétacés, du capital sympathique que nous avons. Au contraire, à cause de cette méconnaissance, ils sont oubliés, voire ils sont accusés. Par conséquent, on est très satisfait de les voir être éliminés en masse. Et ils sont éliminés en masse. Si nous devons sauver des espèces aujourd'hui en urgence, ce sont les requins et les raies. Vous allez me dire, il parle ici de requins et de raies, ça paraît un peu dérisoire à côté de tout ce qui accable notre océan. Pas si sûr, pas si sûr. Parce que la protection des requins est exemplaire. Pourquoi? Pas simplement, encore une fois, parce que ce sont des animaux qui sont si loin de nous, qui ont une telle altérité qu'il est difficile de le faire comprendre. C'est parce que ces animaux, qui sont des grands prédateurs, ont besoin pour vivre d'un écosystème sain. Ça veut dire que si tout d'un coup on décide de protéger les requins, il va falloir protéger l'ensemble de l'écosystème dont ils dépendent. Ils n'en sont pas les régulateurs, ils sont dépendants d'un écosystème sain. C'est par exemple ce qu'ont fait les Fidji, qui se sont dit, formidable, on a un potentiel formidable ici, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de requins, comment les conserver? Ils n'ont pas décidé d'arrêter la pêche aux requins. Ils ont décidé de mettre leurs récifs en réserve pour que les requins puissent y trouver la plénitude dont ils ont besoin. Donc si on protège les requins, espèce rempart, on va protéger l'ensemble des écosystèmes. Mieux que ça, les requins, pour la plupart, sont des grands migrateurs. Par conséquent, ils vont traverser dans des zones de non-droit, la haute mer, des zones où ils vont être menacés. Ce qui veut dire que, si on veut encore une fois les protéger, il va falloir changer les règles. Et surtout, il va falloir une concertation entre différents États. Et ça, c'est pas inintéressant aujourd'hui où chacun est un petit peu arc-bouté sur ses frontières. Les requins ne nous disent pas de frontières. Discutez entre vous, les humains, pour nous protéger. C'est un peu ce que fait Sandra Bessudo, qui essaye de faire la coopération entre le Panama, la Colombie, le Costa Rica, l'Équateur, merci, et qui met les gouvernements autour de la table. Ils ne se parlent pas, et puis tout d'un coup, les requins font se parler. Les requins, pour leur protection, peuvent nous unir, comme ici. Ici, on n'est pas tous du même avis, loin de là, mais on est rassemblés. Il y a des aiguillons qui piquent, parce que ça fait mal, les dégâts qu'on cause à l'océan, mais on se rassemble pour discuter. Eh bien, la protection des requins est une de celles qui permet le mieux de réunir les hommes et les gouvernements. Voilà pourquoi leur protection est intéressante. Et je finirai aussi par dire, si nous savons protéger les requins, qui sont à des années-lumière de nous-mêmes, une altérité que nous ne comprendrons jamais, si nous savons faire ce pas, alors nous pourrons faire le pas pour accepter toutes les autres altérités, et en particulier celles de nos voisins humains, qui sont différents par leur religion, par leur tradition, par leur sexualité. La protection de celui qui est différent, l'attention à celui qui est différent, elle touche tout le monde. Sachons protéger les requins et nous saurons vivre en paix entre nous. Voilà ce que dit le livre Au nom des requins, qui suit le livre de Coralie, Réconcilier les hommes avec la vie sauvage. C'est à nouveau, ce n'est pas la même couverture.
Merci François. On peut l'applaudir parce que franchement, on est passé à une...
On applaudit si on fait vraiment... Si on met vraiment en œuvre ce qui est dit. Ici, un petit mot. On est réunis ici. Il ne faut pas qu'on se réunisse après-demain en redisant les mêmes choses sans qu'on ait fait le pas pour le coup de l'action. J'ai vécu Rio en 92, il y a 30 ans. Je pense qu'on disait beaucoup de choses que l'on dit aujourd'hui. Il y a 30 ans, on nous avait promis 177 chefs d'État réunis, signent l'agenda 21, la feuille de route qui nous amène vers un 21e siècle durable. 2002, Chirac, la maison brûle, on regarde à côté. 2022, il faut qu'elle arrête de brûler. Il ne faut plus dire, attendez, un petit peu plus d'infirmières là sur le champ de guerre. Non, il faut arrêter la guerre. On sait ce qu'on fait, Quand on met des biocides, ça veut dire tuer la vie, on ne peut pas s'étonner qu'il n'y ait plus de vie. Non, il y a un moment donné où il faut soit dire, écoutez, on a choisi d'utiliser des biocides, on ne s'étonne pas, on va faire ce qu'on peut. Mais on ne peut pas s'en étonner, on ne peut pas dire, après il faut prendre des mesures. Les premières mesures, c'est de ne plus utiliser de biocides. Je ne vais pas revenir là-dessus, mais on applaudira le jour où on aura pris les vraies mesures pour les requins. Par exemple, il y a une pétition de 1 200 000 signatures pour demander l'arrêt du finning, qu'on mette cette histoire-là devant la Commission européenne et qu'on en finisse, au moins en Europe. Ce sont nos bateaux quand même. Ce sont nos bateaux qui fournissent le plus d'ailerons de requins, qui pêchent les requins. Qu'on en finisse, alors à ce moment-là, on applaudira.
On applaudit quand même. Merci François. I'll just switch into English if you don't mind, because I've just noticed, no, it's fine. I've just noticed that our translators are not here, but it's just because we have improvised this hotspot. So, but it's good. I mean, this is a call for action, basically. So thanks to you, we have come back to the principle of these hotspots, which are calling for a revolution, which is the
Action.
and for action. Revolution, because that's the name of the book of Vincent Douméziel, La Révolution des algues. But I'm speaking in English just 2 minutes ago still, because I want to congratulate Marcus Rehman and thank him very much from the foundation of Mrs. Thyssen-Bornemisza. Thank you very much for this work which is behind us. We'll have the occasion to speak about it later on in the day. I forgot the timing. I think it's 3:30. So if you want to know more about this work, about the foundation, please come and listen to Marcus. Thank you, because you give us this opportunity to create some kind of electricity, calling for a revolution. So we are back to Vincent, and I'll translate what we have just said. We're introducing the books of Robert Calgagno, Les Mondes Polaires, of François Arnaud, his latest book. How would you translate it in English?
On behalf sharks.
On behalf of the sharks.
Of the sharks.
François Arnaud, which is just coming out. And Vincent, how would you translate your book in English?
The Seaweed Revolution.
The Seaweed Revolution.
Yeah, straightforward.
So what shall we do? Shall we switch back to French or English? French is fine? Okay, so voilà.
Le livre est en français de toute
Alors
façon.
pourquoi la révolution?
Alors déjà, je dois dire que c'est assez cruel de me faire passer après François quand même. Parce que je vais quand même sans doute pas gesticuler autant. En même temps, il parle des requins, ça bouge beaucoup. Moi, je parle des algues, ça bouge un peu moins. Donc c'est normal que je sois un peu moins mobile. On va dire, on passe du plus haut niveau trophique de l'océan au plus bas. Là, donc hein, on redescend tout en bas. Moi, ça fait 2 ans que je travaille pour l'ONU, en tout cas sur ce sujet des algues. Et donc j'ai écrit ce livre parce qu'il est malheureusement encore beaucoup trop méconnu. La révolution des algues, c'est parce que finalement, il y a 12 000 ans, on est passé de l'état de chasseur-cueilleur sur Terre à l'état d'homme civilisé. Et la civilisation, c'est quoi? C'est l'agriculture. Or, ce pas, nous ne l'avons jamais fait dans l'océan. On est encore dans l'âge de pierre dans l'océan, on est des chasseurs-cueilleurs. Donc ce pas de civilisation, il est grand temps d'être civilisé avec les océans. Les algues sont sans doute la plus grande ressource inexploitée au monde. C'est le premier niveau trophique, encore une fois. C'est celui sur lequel se bâtit tout le vivant. Et on l'ignore. Donc si on veut commencer à reconstruire les écosystèmes au lieu de continuer à les détruire, les algues sont sans doute le meilleur endroit où commencer. Parce qu'à partir de là, vous allez bâtir tout le reste. Les algues, c'est pas un concept. Alors déjà, on est en Bretagne, donc on a des algues, une image assez négative de pollution. Alors que ce ne sont que les symptômes d'une pollution. Les algues, ce ne sont pas un problème, et c'est la même chose aux sargasses. Ce sont les symptômes d'un problème. Le problème est toujours le même, c'est la pollution des sols, la pollution des terres qu'on surexploite. Et donc l'océan, il réagit comme un organisme complexe. Il déploie un système immunitaire pour absorber les tonnes de nutriments qui lui arrivent des sols. Ce système immunitaire, ce sont des algues qui, en effet, quand elles ne sont pas valorisées, s'échouent sur les plages et détruisent les écosystèmes. On pourrait valoriser ces algues assez facilement. Il y a un choix politique qui est fait actuellement de ne pas valoriser ce qui est le fruit d'une pollution, ce qui se comprend d'une certaine manière. C'est comme si vous aviez un virus, que vous décidez de soigner le virus ou de traiter la fièvre. Je pense qu'on peut faire les deux. Bref, pour revenir, alors des algues, déjà, ce n'est pas un concept, les algues. Ça existe déjà dans le monde. On a 35 millions de tonnes d'algues qui sont cultivées en Asie. On a 15 milliards d'euros de chiffre d'affaires réalisés qui croît de 10% par an et qui emploient 8 millions de personnes. Donc, ce n'est pas quelque chose d'abstrait ou de conceptuel. C'est juste que nous, on est des pays sous-développés par rapport à l'océan. Aujourd'hui, moi, je viens du monde agroalimentaire, en fait. Je viens pas de l'océan. Enfin, on vient tous de l'océan, hein, mais j'ai une expérience dans l'agroalimentaire et je suis venu là parce que, en travaillant avec les grands de l'agroalimentaire de ce monde, j'ai réalisé qu'il n'y avait aucune solution pour nourrir la planète demain. C'est-à-dire qu'on a des terres épuisées, surexploitées, où les rendements baissent, où l'urbanisation grandit. On a 300 000 personnes à nourrir sur Terre tous les jours en plus, l'équivalent de la grande agglomération de Brest. Donc, on a un enfant sur 4 qui est en situation de malnutrition et on est la première génération à prendre conscience que ces systèmes alimentaires, ce sont les plus grands contributeurs au changement climatique, à l'appauvrissement des sols, aux sécheresses et à l'appauvrissement de la biodiversité. Dans le même temps, on a 70% de la planète qui est couverte par des océans qui contribuent à moins de 2% de notre alimentation. Donc on est dans un état d'absurdité complète. Donc ce potentiel, alors ce qu'on va faire dans l'océan, il faudra le faire bien. On va essayer d'apprendre ce qu'on a fait sur Terre, donc on va éviter la monoculture, on va éviter les OGM, on va éviter l'agriculture industrielle pour commencer. Des algues, pourquoi faire, vous allez me dire? En fait, ça va être très compliqué. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire avec des algues? À peu près tout. Qu'est-ce qu'on sait faire avec des algues? À peu près rien. Donc c'est ça, le problème il est là. Mais les algues, elles ont un potentiel pour nourrir la planète, déjà, pour nourrir les êtres humains sur Terre. Ce sont des bombes nutritionnelles, extrêmement riches dans tout ce dont on a besoin, qui peuvent se transporter, se sécher, garder leurs nutriments. Il faut comprendre qu'au Japon, les algues représentent 10% de l'alimentation, qu'elles se conservent très bien. Quand nous, on s'est jeté sur des pâtes et des pizzas congelées pendant le confinement, ils se sont jetés sur des algues séchées, les Japonais. Je vous laisse deviner les effets sur la balance à la fin qui a le plus bénéficié. Donc les algues pour nourrir les hommes. Il y aura toujours peut-être des hommes pour nous dire qu'ils voudront manger des animaux encore. Eh bien, c'est pas grave parce qu'on peut nourrir les animaux avec des algues. Et il y a beaucoup de bienfaits à ça. On va réduire les antibiotiques, réduire le risque d'antibiorésistance. On va réduire les émissions de méthane aussi, de façon complètement monstrueuse. Si on arrive à faire ce qu'on veut avec des algues, si on arrivait à donner 100 grammes d'une petite algue rouge à toutes nos vaches, on réduirait les émissions de méthane de façon équivalente à arrêter toutes les voitures sur la planète. Donc c'est pas grand-chose, mais c'est énorme. On va aussi stimuler les plantes, les préserver, les protéger, stimuler leur croissance grâce aux algues. On fait ça dans les régions littorales et notamment en Bretagne depuis des siècles et des millénaires. Épandre des algues sur les terres. Et là, on va faire plus que ça parce qu'on va reconnecter l'océan avec la terre. Parler d'agriculture régénérative sur terre sans inclure les océans, ça n'a aucun sens et ça ne peut pas exister. Donc on va reconnecter les terres avec l'océan et ça, il est grand temps. On va remplacer le plastique aussi avec des algues. Il y a un substitut au plastique à base d'algues qui est extrêmement intéressant. Il y a des sociétés qui font des plastiques qu'on peut manger, un peu comme un cornet de glace en fait. On va transporter notre nourriture et puis la manger après, et manger le packaging avec. On peut remplacer le coton. Là où le plus grand potentiel d'innovation réside, c'est sans doute dans les applications médicales, où on n'a pas commencé à regarder ce qui pouvait se faire. On en utilise quelques-unes, mais c'est inouï. Les Chinois ont réussi à lutter contre Alzheimer avec des extraits d'algues. Les Norvégiens sont en train de soigner la mucoviscidose. On a un potentiel qui est là énorme. On va surtout, encore une fois avec les algues, réparer les océans, restaurer les écosystèmes, fournir un habitat, nourrir le phytoplancton, nourrir les premiers niveaux trophiques, les bivalves, les coquillages, etc. On va réparer. On va aussi absorber beaucoup de carbone et limiter le changement climatique. Une algue, elle grandit de 40 à 60 cm par jour pour certaines, jusqu'à 60 mètres de haut. Ce sont des forêts d'algues, des cathédrales de silence sous la mer. Je pourrais faire un peu les mêmes que François, mais on n'a pas le temps. Mais donc voilà, donc on va absorber beaucoup de carbone. On était à la COP26 pour promouvoir ce rôle des algues, ce rôle fondamental. Les algues absorbent plus de carbone que n'importe quelle forêt terrestre et elles disparaissent encore plus vite malheureusement. On a un feu, on a un incendie sous l'océan et personne ne s'en préoccupe. Il est grand temps de se préoccuper de cet incendie sous l'océan. Et enfin, parce qu'on est des hommes et des êtres humains, les algues, elles vont fournir une source de revenus supplémentaires dans les pays côtiers, dans des paysages côtiers souvent déjà ravagés par la misère. Elles vont fournir des revenus et des emplois supplémentaires. Et l'expérience qu'on a en Afrique ou en Asie du Sud-Est, c'est que ces revenus complémentaires et ces emplois supplémentaires, ils vont avant tout aux femmes. Donc elles deviennent un vecteur de parité et d'autonomisation des femmes, les algues. On a besoin de le réaliser tout ça. Les algues, elles n'ont pas besoin d'eau douce, elles n'ont pas besoin de terre, elles n'ont pas besoin de pesticides. Et elles croient très vite. On a la plus grande ressource inexploitée au monde. Il va falloir le soutien de tout le monde, de vous tous déjà. Chaque fois qu'on mange, 3 fois par jour, on est des activistes environnementaux. Donc chaque fois qu'on mange, on dessine le monde qu'on veut demain. On vote pour ce monde-là. Donc il faut tous, vous tous, que vous ayez vous intéresser à ça. À ces algues. C'est pour ça que j'écris ce livre de la révolution des algues. Il va falloir aussi que les gouvernements nous aident un peu, parce qu'aujourd'hui on a un manque total de vision, notamment dans les plus grands pays. Il faut savoir que les deux plus grandes zones maritimes du monde, si on prend l'Europe et les États-Unis, c'est moins de 0,3% de production d'algues dans le monde. Donc c'est rien. Donc on est vraiment des hommes préhistoriques, en tout cas dans cette partie du monde. Il va falloir aider la recherche. Et je pense que si on arrive à faire tout ça, on pourrait se souvenir de nous, parce que moi c'est comme tout le monde, c'est un engagement intergénérationnel. J'ai des enfants, j'ai pas envie qu'ils soient la génération Covid, j'ai pas envie qu'ils soient la génération changement climatique. Ils méritent mieux que ça et toute cette génération elle mérite mieux que ça. Et moi je pense que cette génération, on pourra s'en souvenir comme étant la première génération au monde qui aura nourri l'intégralité de la planète avec une ressource nutritionnelle, positive, durable, tout en réparant les océans, réparant les écosystèmes terrestres et en limitant le changement climatique. Je pense qu'on pourrait se souvenir de nous comme ça, mais il va falloir qu'on soit tous ensemble. Donc merci de votre support.
Merci. Merci. Merci Vincent. Je retiens un verbe de ta présentation, c'est réparer, réconcilier avec François. Et je me tourne vers Robert. S'il y avait un troisième verbe, réparer, réconcilier, ce serait quoi pour vous?
Pour moi, j'utilise souvent le rêve parce que tout ceci c'est bien, mais il faut qu'effectivement un François Sarano nous fasse rêver. Un Vincent, quand il se lâche, nous fait rêver des grandes cathédrales silencieuses. Et on a besoin de positif, on a besoin de voir le monde et effectivement l'homme réconcilié avec la nature.
Magnifique, je pense qu'il n'y a pas meilleure conclusion que ces trois verbes, réparer, réconcilier et rêver. Je dis un petit bonjour à Estelle Lefébure qui nous a rejoint avec Géraldine. Il n'y a pas vraiment de questions sur ces hotspots, mais je voulais quand même vous saluer. Et puis vous dire d'enchaîner. Les ateliers continuent, il y a Science qui se termine. Et il y aura justement Ocean Provider, la mer nourricière qui va s'enchaîner. Et puis un forum dont je ne sais plus le nom, tellement il y a de programmes dans ce One Ocean Summit. Mais vous retrouverez, il n'y a pas de papier, on a décidé de ne pas faire beaucoup de papier. Sur le site internet, vous avez tout le programme de la journée. Merci messieurs et bonne journée à tous. Merci beaucoup.
approcher. Donc Fénia, mettez-vous à côté de moi.
D'accord.
Enfin,
Ça vous embête si je continue à discuter avec elle 2 minutes?
Ah non, on est à l'antenne. On est en streaming. Voilà. Oui. Oui, bah, bien sûr, mais c'est toi qui seras là. Ok. Parfait. On s'assoit parce que nous sommes à l'antenne. Le streaming a commencé. Voilà. Bien, bonjour et bienvenue à toutes et à tous.
Good morning and welcome everyone, and I'm very happy on behalf of Le Point, partner of One Ocean Summit, who's to be here. We're getting more and more involved in this issue. See our article on the Ocean Digital Twin, and we're here to talk about a very big concern, a problem which is not very well known of the public at large, the noise pollution of the oceans, something which is invisible but which has become one of the worst hazards for sea animals, and it produces pollution as well. Commercial production, gas and oil production, and military sonars can bring about pollution. It creates stress for animals. It reduces the habitat of those animals and disturbs their natural sonar, and sometimes damage, even leads to physical injuries and the death of those animals. So we are with Sonia Maras from the French Office of Biodiversity, and with Émilie Ferré, Director of International Relations at the Wildlife Conservation Society, and we're with Stéphanie Bouzy-Guechman, who's the General Secretary of the French Fund for the World Environment, and we are with Carl Bois, who is heading the Brest startup Quiet Ocean, and Nelly Bressin as well. Now, why am I going to give the floor to Stéphanie? Well, this blue hotspot is a bit specific because we're going to announce an exceptional project to fight against noise pollution at sea and its impact on marine biodiversity in the Indian Ocean. Each speaker will be able to talk for 4 to 5 minutes. We want this to be quite dynamic, and each of our speakers is going to give us a response to the question how to lower sound in the ocean. And so we'll start with Fénia Amaras, who is from the French Office of Biodiversity. Could you tell us about what is at stake with that noise pollution? Well, thank you very much. I'm going to be launching into anthropomorphism because sea mammals are just mammals like humans. They come from the waters. They came back to live in the ocean. I'd like to make a comparison. We are in Brest, but we have a lot of people coming from Paris or from large cities. Now let's take an image. Suppose you are in Paris. Some of you, or some people, live close to the ring road. Can you imagine the noise? You can't go to sleep, you can't rest, you can't hear other people, you can't communicate. It is absolutely, it is tiring, it is absolutely exhausting. Well, in the ocean, which is a liquid medium, noise travels even faster, and that is the environment in which sea mammals live. So where does the noise come from? It can also be produced by maritime transport. Now, we know that the ocean is not the world of silence. We know that there is a lot of biodiversity and that the sound is a means of communication for to many animals, especially sea mammals, but there is also in the ocean a noise produced by human activity, like maritime transportation, fishery, industrial and extractive activities, coastal construction, wind farms for alternative energies being set up, and all those activities are growing very fast. So that's all contributes to maritime pollution. So those sea mammals, those animals live in that environment, which is very stressful for them, and either in a temporary way or in a permanent way, so it can disturb their communication system. Indeed, they do communicate with sonar. They have a natural sonar, and so they can get lost. Yes, indeed, they can get lost, or they can have a delayed development because they lose their mothers, or they can stray away from their usual route and get lost. And we know that some sea mammals have been found in the Mediterranean, whereas they had nothing to do there. They can have also lesions in their lungs, in their ears. So it doesn't only impact sea mammals, but also scallops. Scallops can no longer have dates because of the noise. It also impacts the fish. Which is also a resource for a man, so it can have a potential impact on our resources. Now, we are at a World Summit to preserve the ocean. Now, is there any framework, global framework about noise? Well, the United Nations acknowledge that marine pollution is a source of pollution and a threat for sea animals. However, there are no binding regulations. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, has been conducting research and has published guidelines to reduce noise, but only on a voluntary basis. There's also the Framework European Directive for Strategy in a sea environment, and an objective has been set to reduce noise on sea animals to reach a proper ecological state.
So we have already a few indicators in Europe, but there are also other areas where biodiversity is well protected, with an exceptional biodiversity. The problem is specifically in the Indian Ocean, where we see more and more anthropogenic activities in the ocean, because there is nothing that we can do to help these anthropogenic activities that are threatening the marine biodiversity. Thank you very much for your introduction. You've set the context for us. These are really concerning topics. Now we are going to
Society pour nous parler
Emily Ferret, who is director of
qui va permettre déjà
International Relations of the Wildlife Conservation Society. Maybe here is the opportunity for you to tell us about the projects you're working on.
Je remercie Fénia pour cette
Thank you very much for your
et donc
invitation
justement,
and
je
thank
pense
you
que
for
la
this context.
dernière mention, c'est que c'est une problématique
That's
qu'on a
been
découverte
very
récemment.
helpful.
Donc, il y a une
So
dizaine
this is actually a topical issue. It dates back to
données, de
10 years, more or less,
sur l'étendue
and we
de
are
celui,
still
comment le décauser,
lacking data.
comment
We are
faire
lacking
pour
data
le minimiser et le
about
réduire.
this
Et c'est
underwater
vraiment
noise
l'objectif du
pollution.
projet
And the project
QIO de Sentinel pour l'océan Indien
QWIO,
occidental plus silencieux.
which is actually an acronym for More Silent Indian Ocean. And here with us, we've got partners of this project. So I'm very happy to have on board a diversity of experts that are going to help us to implement this project. So the objective is to carry out scientific observation and also to take stock about the impact of the undersea pollution.
C'est un premier état des lieux, donc on va se
First, we are starting to
très fortement mentionné.
to see the impact on the cetaceans and some other marine mammals.
On collabore avec François.
So we also collaborate with François. We want also to talk about sharks and study the impact of these species. We will also research and study the impact of noise pollution on the marine turtles. So we are going to collect data so that we can extend our scientific knowledge. What's the impact on these species?
Le bruit sonore sous-marin.
And we also want to collect data about that underwater noise pollution. So we want to listen to the sea. We want to get data and to carry out parallels between the data on the marine pollution and the impact that it has on the behavior of these animals. Together with the data, we are going to implement new, maybe, frameworks. And of course, we cannot do that by ourselves, which is the reason why we've got partners and experts on the marine mammals especially. So I'm here also to be very thankful to our institutional partner. We will work specifically in Mayotte. We've also have scientific partnerships with the universities that have already carried out research to understand the actual acoustic footprint on the marine species. So after gathering all this data, we also want to put in place new frameworks to preserve this marine biodiversity. And we also need experts on acoustic and sound. And here I'm also very thankful to Carl for these partnerships, because they are actually developing very innovative devices, and these are very crucial. We also need to work with ship owners, because they are also actors of this strategy.
Ce que vous aurez rassemblé comme données.
So indeed, you really want to see how these various stakeholders can apply the data that you've collected. Why the Indian Ocean? Maybe Stephanie can answer the question. Yes, just like Ophelia said, Indian Ocean is really the crossing road of various biodiversity. On a maritime point of view, it is very, very well used for maritime transport, especially because of the developing countries around. So they are developing their engineering projects in the ocean, in the sea. And all these anthropogenic activities are also polluting the ocean because of the sound.
On fait le tour peut-être avec... oui, pardon.
Maybe we shall continue.
Les États de la sous-région et les États membres de la...
Yes, I just wanted to say that the various states around the region, especially Kenya, have already integrated these projects in their national framework. So we really want to have on board also the various countries that are around, because we cannot work without the approval of the government. Yes, like I said before, usually the public opinion, when we are talking about maritime pollution, they do not really think about acoustic pollution. Carl is also here with us, so you are here representing your startup, Quiet Ocean, and I believe it's a very good name. Can you please tell us a little bit more about your company and how much you're involved? Thank you for your invitation. So Quiet Ocean is a startup that was born 10 years ago, and we're specialized on underwater noise pollution. So we've developed a modeling platform, and with this platform we can forecast and actually have data about the acoustic pollution in the water. And we also have devices that we use to assess the level of the sound. Maybe you need to use your mic a little bit better.
Ça a l'air d'être plus efficace. Donc voilà, je disais qu'on a développé Quiet Ocean en 10 ans.
So as I said, within 10 years we've already developed quite a big array of devices, not only in France, but also worldwide.
On va apporter notre capacité de...
So we use our skills, especially in terms of modeling the sound that's been caused by the transport. How do you model the noise of the ocean? Can you please tell us a bit more about it?
Qui va piocher dans des bases de données.
So we've developed a tool that's going to use data that's actually explaining where are located the ships and the various vessels and the cargoes.
Qui nous permet de savoir quelles sont les conditions de propagation des ondes acoustiques.
We also have data that tell us more about how the sound travels and also give us hints about the water temperature.
Et puis des bases de données qui sont...
And finally, we also have data that we use about the production of submarine noise, and that tell us more about the sound of the waves or the wind, for example.
Le sédiment va absorber ou...
And that gives us information about the sediments because the sediments can absorb the waves provoked by the sound. And by also observing the sediments, we know how the sound is provoked because of the wind and the force of the waves, for example. So because of that, we can actually do a mapping of the noise underwater, and from that we draw statistics. So with statistics, we're able to know how much noise we get at which spot specifically. Then we cross-check these maps with the habitat of the population. And from here, and I mean from there, we can draw conclusions between the anthropogenic sound and the impact on the submarine species.
Ce que l'on fait après, c'est travailler sur des scénarios de réduction du bruit.
We also work on a various scenarios to reduce noise pollution due to maritime transport. So what can we ask them? Maybe to go less fast? Also maybe to use different type of materials.
Ça se diffuse moins, donc moins favorable à l'acoustique.
Because the material also play a very important role in the diffusion of the sound and how the sound can travel or be absorbed. So it is very important that we can build boats, vessels and cargo that are a bit more silencious.
Et puis se réverbère moins dans l'eau.
So, because it is very important to understand that the sound resonates from the boat until the ocean and until the underwater diversity. So we are really working on noise reduction.
Comment dire, en réduction de l'effet de masquage. Alors l'effet de masquage, c'est...
And we are also working on a specific effect that is the following. Sometimes there is so much sound that the mammals, the submarine mammals, are unable to use some vital functions. For example, unable to hunt their prey or to find their way in the ocean.
À chaque fois, quel est le gain en réduction du masquage, en réduction du bruit. Voilà, donc ça c'est notre travail.
So that's more or less what we do within the project.
C'est Nelly Grassin. Après, ce sont les armateurs qui entrent en jeu.
And then that's also the role of the ship owners and Nelly Grass.
C'est l'organisation professionnelle qui représente.
Good morning, thank you. Armateurs de France is the professional ship owner organization that represents French ship owners. When we talk about that problem, we think of CO2 emission and biodiversity, noise pollution, which has been identified less than 10 years ago. So we need to get to know better that pollution. We've worked with an NGO called IFO on infography to explain how noise is produced by ships. Now, but those measures are about reducing the speed of ships, reducing the vibration level above ships, but we have to undertake studies is and know more about the impact of what we're doing today, the measures we're taking today. That's why we set up QWIO to formalize things following that study, but also to link up French shown ship owners. Oluca, Socage, and Ponant will link up and will be taking measures on acoustics in their ships. So those are actually ships which are clean acoustically speaking, and we have to work on all types of noise and marine noise specifically. There are 8 criteria to assess noise, and undersea noise is taken into account. And that will become essential in the close future for the business to comply with business rules. That'll be necessary for boats to be equipped with those devices if they want to win a contract, for example. Yes, indeed, ships have to become cleaner and cleaner, but the pressure will come from the ship-owning companies and from the customers who will demand a cleaner and cleaner type of transport, and that's how we can progress. Well, thank you very much. You've started to broach the subject. Stéphanie Bouzig-Eschman, you're the General Secretary of the French Fund for the World Environment. So you have decided to launch that project. Yes, indeed, that project was launched by WCS and its partners. It's 10 million euros, and FFEM is going to bring 3 million euros, and we're going to sign just after this conversation. So for those who don't know, FFEM, it is a public fund rated by the French state after the Rio Earth Summit to launch summits to preserve the environment and indeed, we do work a lot on the preservation of oceans and the maritime and coastal spaces. Why are we interested in that QWIO project? Because it is not a very well-known project. When you think about ocean pollution, you think of oil spills or plastics, but you don't think about noise pollution. But for some animals, as Christophe said, it's like living close to ring road, to highway. There are no public policies or binding regulations except for some territorial spaces, so it's an innovative subject. But this area of the Indian Ocean is absolutely critical in terms of biodiversity and acoustic pollution. It's close to Madagascar and other countries, and so within the framework of the Nairobi Convention, there is a genuine will to undertake efforts, and the Nairobi Convention, which is an international convention, foresees to discuss acoustic pollution without yet taking binding decisions. Now, what has led them to do that? Is that a pressure from civil society? Is it because of marine habitat problems? Like we know that the coast of Mozambique is really a sanctuary. Yes, indeed. The preservation of that natural capital, that natural capital, is a challenge. It's also an economic capital which is useful for the development of those countries, and this natural, the protection of that natural habitat is one of the components of development, because tourism is also important, development is important, and 70% of mankind lives close to coasts. So
activités, Feignol disait.
We hear a lot about noise in sea mammals, but it's true of scallops, as you said. It's true of fish. And you know that some wind farms close to Scotland lead fish to take another route. And we know that it can have a significant impact on most of the world population. Indeed, so you've decided to go further and to fund that project. You said it is a 10 million project. You're going to bring 3 millions. So, what is it going to produce? Well, it's a partnership, you see. But at FFEM, it is really our DNA to work on that, to work on environmental challenges, on sea pollution or other subjects. And we do believe that this has to be solved by making several players work together. So we thank WCS. We also have private sector players bringing solutions like Quiet Ocean, and we have people willing to test them. Thank you to Armateurs de France. And we have the public decision makers, public powers decision makers who are here to implement those decisions. And that project can be a concrete example, supplying the scientific data, the tools, the reduction of speed, the zone of avoidance, and that can lead to public policies which can become global policies, because we don't want to innovate for the sake of innovating, but we have to find ways to work and to make those measures international. And it is a French fund. And there are French territories, but it's not the only reason. We are a fund which accompanies in priority developing countries, focusing on African countries. Now, in the maritime fields, the Indian Ocean area, for all the reasons we talked about, is emblematic. We have a lot of projects in that area.
Many projects in this area, but we also work in the ultramarine area, and that is very important to us. We do also use our skills in regional projects because we are here also to help developing countries such as Mozambique or Madagascar. And we also, as I said, use the French Caribbean islands because we are part of regional dynamics. So when is this project going to be signed? Well, I guess right after this interview, the pens are ready.
Pour résumer et conclure, il y a eu
So just as a conclusion, maybe. So Calbois, you are also doing your work prior to this project, because I think we are also here as a whistleblower to show the interest and the importance of such projects. Then, Carl, you are also here with your project for modeling and gather data.
Qui fonctionne bien, en fait.
Yes, exactly. Our device is actually quite useful because we use a wide database for that.
Et la mer du Nord et l'Atlantique européenne.
And we use data for various oceans and seas.
Aller voir sur un site.
And do you think that maybe the man in the street can be able to see your modeling projects and platforms in your website?
Qui participe à ces...
So for now, the data are only transmitted to the governments that we are working for.
À disposition.
But maybe later on we will also transmit the data to the public opinion.
Voilà. Donc HTTP //
and to a wider audience, because
coyote-océan.com.
as I said, you can see all our data on the QWIO project, and you can see all the information that is already available on our website.
Ceux qui sont intéressés, créer un compte utilisateur.
And you can also have your own account and maybe do your own modeling also using our device online. What about the ship owners? What are they saying about the efforts that they are supposed to do to comply with these new rules, maybe?
Des démarches purement volontaires, ils sont très intéressés.
So the only thing I can tell you is that the ship owners that I am representing here are really willing, and they are actually volunteer to help and to collaborate with this project.
Je suppose qu'il faudra ensuite.
And last question, I guess. I think that after all the data are collected and after the end of your project, we may have to implement a new regulatory framework.
Qu'on labelliserait Science to Policy. Donc c'est vraiment
I believe our project would be labeled Science to Policy, meaning that first we need the science and the scientific data so that we can use this information to convince and to make more informed decisions. So we will start with the Indian Ocean area, and we are working with the public stakeholders there in this area that are willing also to implement and to translate these projects into new policies.
D'après mes informations, donc c'est le bon endroit pour en parler.
So I believe this is really the right place to be to discuss this project. I would like to thank you all for being here and to participate in this round table. We are really looking forward to see the progress of your project. So let us meet again at 1:30 for our new round table on protecting the ocean by 2030. Thank you. Vous entendez là, si je parle en anglais?
I think we're live, so I'll just put some order and thank Le Point and Christophe Onodibio for being with us this afternoon for another hotspot. And he will a blue hotspot, yes, where we are in the midst of the One Ocean Summit between the auditorium, which is hosting the 2020 workshops and the forums. And so we thought with Olivier Poivre-d'Arvor, the ambassador, that Hotspot was desired here to address extreme topicalities of the ocean with eminent speakers, and that the floor is for you to introduce the speakers and organize things. Thank you, Christophe.
Thank you, Ashok, and we are very proud to be here with Le Point. I will now switch into French. Donc bonjour et bienvenue à toutes et à tous. On est vraiment très heureux au nom du Point.
Good morning to all of you. We are very proud to welcome you this afternoon. Once again, it is very important for me to remind you that the newspaper Le Point is very much involved in this One Ocean Summit with our digital newspaper that also raised this issue.
Nous allons dans ce nouvel hotspot.
So right now, for this session, we are going to talk about another topic, and it's about going into action. Protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. Is it realistic? Why 30%? As you know, this is the objective that was set by the United Nations, because this is the decade that's supposed to be the decade to protect and preserve the ocean. So 30% is also the number that was set by the scientists to reflect actually the percentage that could save millions of species.
Mais comment atteindre cet objectif quand on estime?
So what's really in our power to reach this objective of 30% when today we've merely reached the number of 7% of protection?
Peut-être, c'est pas simple à comprendre, c'est pas simple.
It's actually a very complex issue. So what's in our hand? What can we do, and what are the tools that we have, and especially when we talk about the small island countries? They might be deprived of tools and solutions, so is the ocean really too big to save? So this is more or less the questions that we are going to talk about this afternoon to see what kind of mobilization is needed.
En convoquant ce qu'on appelle les aires.
So maybe one of the solutions would be the marine protected and conserved marine areas. So we will have 4 people here with us today. They are going to bring about their own ideas. And if time allows, we'll have a small Q&A session with our audience.
On a la chance pour en parler d'être avec Monica Medina.
So today we are here with Monica Medina, who is the Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and Institutional, Environmental and Scientific Affairs for the U.S. federal government. Thank you very much, Monica, for your presence. We also have with us Torsten Thiel, who is CEO of the Global Ocean Trust, and Marsha Kalinina, who is representing the PEU Charitable Trust. Let us start with Monica. What do you think about this objective of 30% by 2030?
Can you hear me? Yes? Yes. Yes, wonderful. Well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this hotspot, this blue hotspot. It's very nice to be here. It's wonderful to be in France. It's wonderful to be among friends of the ocean. And I will tell you a little bit more about myself. I started in our ocean agency many years ago, NOAA, and now I work in our foreign ministry on ocean issues. And thank you, Shock, sorry. I used to be, just before I took this job, a journalist of sorts, working on an electronic newsletter. We covered a lot of the ocean issues over the last 4 years. And it's been a thread through my entire career, so I am very dedicated and passionate to ocean issues. I do believe that the ocean is too big for us not to save. You talked about it being too big to save. That's the wrong way to think about it. It's too big for us not to save. We have the oceans to thank for our oxygen, for life on Earth. So I don't really think there's an option not to save it. I do believe we can get to 30%. I'm an optimist. I believe we need to get to 30%. And we've spent the last decade, I think, creating more and more marine protected areas of different levels. We understand different countries have different ways of protecting their marine space. But the most important thing is that we are focused on a result. We're focused on an outcome without something to achieve, like with the climate staying within 1.5 degrees Celsius of temperature increase. For us, it's 30% in the ocean, and that's very clear. It's very easy for people to understand, and it gives us something hard to work for. And what I've seen in conferences like this one is when leaders are challenged to talk about what they're doing and what they want to do in the ocean, often what they come to is marine protection and marine protected areas. And so if we can create a competition among the leaders to continue to create marine protected areas all over the world, and if we can create momentum that would allow us to create them in the areas beyond national jurisdiction through agreements, I think that we will all be better off for it. So I hope that answers your question.
Comme nous sommes à Brest, voilà une ville ouverte sur l'océan, je voudrais juste...
Since we are in Brest, a city which is open to the ocean, I'd like to ask one more question. How do people see that in the US? How do they consider that challenge, preserving the ocean and those preserves? How do they react at the government level, in the population?
We are very committed to ocean conservation. Our president, President Biden, comes from an ocean state. He often talks about the importance of the ocean to him and his family. So does our vice president, come from an ocean state, California, on the other coast. So we think of ourselves very much as an ocean nation, and we have an extremely large ocean zone, exclusive economic zone. And we are very committed to ocean conservation and have been for a long time. And I can't imagine that could ever change because of the connection that most Americans have with the coast and with oceans. But I do think it's hard for anyone to really fully appreciate the ocean because it's so much more than what we see. There's so much below the surface. So I think we have to really work hard to explain to people what's there, what we could lose if we don't work hard to protect 30% of the ocean, because it's not just the surface, it's everything underneath it. And the ocean floor is hundreds, thousands of meters below the surface. So we have a lot to conserve there, and it is something that I think inspires people, and the wonder of the oceans. If we can just give people more of it, they can see more of it, they can appreciate more of it than just what they see when they put their toes in the sand.
With a notable change between the former president and the new one on this question, isn't it?
We're very proud to be very much pro-conservation in the Biden administration. We have a beautiful America the Beautiful initiative. We have made the 30 by 30 commitment, and we're particularly keen to help other countries reach their 30 by 30 commitments. So we are strongly behind the conservation of oceans.
That's perfect. Je voudrais qu'on entende Thorsten Thiel. Donc, vous,
I would like to now hear Thorsten Thiel. So you're the chairman of the Global Ocean Trust, and those are ecologists from all around the world, and they're trying to be practical, they're trying to be pragmatic to face up to the challenge. Is 30% a realistic figure?
Yes, indeed, it is not only realistic, but a viable investment. Yeah. That's what's so fascinating about this. The natural blue capital of the ocean is worth so much more alive than if it is degraded. And so this is a huge opportunity for all of us. But I want to highlight one particular part of the ocean that is key to achieving the ecosystem connectivity that's at the core of this complex living system, and that's the high seas. And that is more than half of the ocean is international, and we need an international treaty. And we hope to get this one signed this year that would allow us to have the kind of protection measures in the international waters. And as we reach this final phase of negotiations, we need to understand that the implementation at that large scale requires a somewhat different approach to smaller local implementation efforts. And fortunately, we have technologies emerging that actually work very well at very large scales. So this is an achievable goal, but achievable means that we need to think, as we finalize the treaty, also about the capacity building and transfer of technology measures and the financial mechanism. One of the lessons we have learned from the climate world is that it took the climate COPs 15 years before they put in place the Green Climate Fund as an additional financial tool, which is key to deliver on the climate goals. So what I'm arguing is we should think about this for the high seas now. We should have a finance mechanism ready to go as we launch into protecting the high seas. And I've called this an ocean sustainability bank, but frankly there are various ways of approaching it, but we should think about it now and then. 30% is not only possible, but it's realistic, and at least 30% is critically necessary for our global ocean.
Vous parliez, Thorsten Thiel, de...
Thorsten Thiel, you were talking about technologies. Is it a must to preserve, well, that objective of preserving 30% of the ocean by 2030? Isn't that a wonderful opportunity for mankind to make a giant leap into technology, to really discover new technologies which can improve the fate of the planet?
This real opportunity that we now have, that we can understand complexity of data at that scale. We have remote sensing capacities that allow us to think about the planet in an entirely different way. So ocean exploration gives us the tools to really understand our blue planet as the core system that affects everything and gives us massive opportunities to redirect the way we run ourselves and our systems. So looking into the ocean, at the ocean, and protecting the ocean is really a pathway. It's our race to a next resilient future.
Je voudrais qu'on écoute maintenant Masha Kalinina.
Now, I'd like us to listen to Masha Kalinina. Hello again.
L'ensemble des campagnes
menées
par Pew Trust
the efforts of the PEU Charitable Trust, and you are working on the biological diversity.
En haute mer,
and you also work on the diversity in the high seas. So, what is your take on this objective of 30%?
on va réussir à protéger.
And to be more pragmatic, what are the tools that are at hand to reach this objective of 30%? Because when we are talking about 30%, we are talking about the high seas and these very vast stretches of water.
Great question, Christophe. I hope I can be heard. The number one message I want to get across is that 30 by 30 in the ocean is completely possible, and we can get it done by 2030. So that's the number one thing. But there are things we have to do to get there. So number one, we need 30 by 30 adopted as a target in the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. Right now it's in target 3. So that's going to happen in China this year, possibly at the end of the summer at the COP15. That's number one. Number two, we need the high seas to be a part of that target. So it's not just national waters, which was the Aichi target. So it's got to go international. And the last thing, which is what I'm going to focus on here, is we need the public and private sector. We need Indigenous people and local communities. We need the youth all working together. Otherwise, we won't get it done. So those are the key criteria. And we need sufficient financial resources. So the overall gap for biodiversity funding right now annually is around $700 billion. So we got to close that gap. How do we close it? Number one, funding from donor countries has to increase significantly beyond the currently committed levels. So countries like the United States, Canada, the EU really need to step up and commit more as donor nations. But that doesn't mean there's no responsibility at the national level with even the global south. So one step they can take is adopt national biodiversity finance plans, which then outline how they will achieve the entirety of the new global biodiversity framework. And then we need philanthropies to step up. But they're already doing that, which is incredible. So we have $7 billion committed already from, I'll just list a few, Bezos Earth Fund, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, Neotero, Rainforest Trust, Rewild, Weiss Foundation, Rob and Melanie Walton Foundation. $7 billion is not small change, and I know more is coming. And then we need, finally, innovative mechanisms to finance this. So one is, I mentioned it yesterday during the MPA session, it's the Project Finance for Permanence. Costa Rica has implemented it, and actually USAID helped put that in place. So we need innovative funding mechanisms. And that's how we get it done. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Juste une question qui...
Thank you very much. I have a general question maybe for the three of us, but maybe, Monica, you would like to answer it more precisely. I believe that today more and more people are aware about the protection and the necessity to protect the oceans.
Tous les pays.
But do you really think that all countries have the same interest in protecting the oceans? Because we see that we also have disputed spaces in the oceans, that we've got various countries that are somehow and sometimes at stake for contentious and disputed spaces. So do you think that we have an international community that is really working together? Or do you think that as all conflicts in humankind, we've got different parts?
I believe that the ocean connects us, and that's undeniable. I believe that while we might disagree about certain things in the ocean, that does not mean that we cannot work together on all kinds of mechanisms. We have ways to resolve disputes, and those are very well established. Obviously, we need more rules, more order in the high seas, particularly when it comes to creating these protected spaces. We definitely have the... I believe this will be an ocean century. When I take a step back and think about the place we are in, we need the ocean now more than ever. We need it for our health, but we also need it for our livelihoods, and we can't really afford, as I started with, to not protect it. And what makes me optimistic about all of what is about to come in oceans, I believe, which is a lot more crowding, a lot more use of ocean space. What makes me optimistic is when I look out and I see young people who are passionate about ocean conservation in a way that I'd never seen before. I used to teach at Georgetown University before I took this job, and I taught a class in ocean conservation, and every semester it was fully subscribed, and I had lots and lots of students who wanted to get into the class, and they all found it to be inspiring, I think, to think about these common spaces and the importance of working together. So when I think about the future of the ocean, as much as there may be challenges because of all of the need we have to use the ocean now sustainably, I am optimistic because I think the young people in the world understand the importance of oceans and will work very hard to protect them.
Merci. Je crois qu'Ashok a une question à vous poser.
I think Ashok has a last question for you.
My mask, which is a UN mask, because we are on the hospice not only of the One Ocean Summit initiated by France, but we have tried to work in a multilateral way of working, and that's why we have so many partners and fantastic commitments from governments like yours, Monica. So thank you very much for your support. I just wanted to say one word and to thank Marcus and the foundation of Thyssen-Bornemisza, who has lent us this work. While we are talking in this blue hotspot, we are crossing the whole Pacific behind you, and it's very timely. It's exactly what we're speaking about.
Can you explain exactly, Ashok, what is, or Marcus, we have a talk this afternoon, but maybe you can explain.
Viens ici. Voilà. Ici parce que c'est filmé.
It's clean.
Come.
So this work is called Oceans in Transformation. I know we're at the One Ocean Summit, but the proposition that the architects, territorial agency, are making in this work is actually that it's many oceans, not as a geographical feature or an Earth system, but many different spheres that are overlapping, and this is what we're actually seeing right now. So usually the work is a trajectory. This is the trajectory of the equatorial Pacific, and what they've been doing, they started looking into the effects of sea level rise. What they realized was that sea level rise is not measured unifiedly across the globe, but it has many different ways of measuring it. So just looking at sea level rise was obviously not enough. So they started looking at the rapid urbanization of the coastlines and so on. And what you see is a layering of data sets that actually do not speak to each other, right? So all of this are all access data, open access data sets. They're all funded by taxpayers' money. They're very difficult to find because they're hidden on the internet. But what you see now is really the unfolding of these data sets that you see. So these are all the data sets that have been combined. We heard yesterday a fantastic contribution from Global Fishing Watch. There's their data sets are in here. This is high resolution bathymetry data. So this is all of the very high resolution deep sea mapping going from, this is oil exploration more or less, right?
You have also, sorry to interrupt, you have also data from UNEP, from the UN.
Yeah.
It's all public data.
It's all public data. So it's like, it's the European Space Station, it's NOAA, it's everything. There's hundreds of individual researchers, research organizations that have contributed to this work.
Christophe, if you allow me to ask Monica to react on the Pacific, because you are organizing this fantastic conference.
Yes.
So it's very timely that we speak about the Pacific with you here, Assistant Secretary Melinda.
Thank you so much. I just want to go back and say what you can see, what this data shows is that the ocean is increasingly crowded, but it is necessary. This is our ocean century, and it's there in these pictures that you can see. So, and we are all connected, and that's why we're so excited to be bringing the next big ocean conference like this one to Palau in the Pacific. The U.S. is co-hosting with the nation Palau to talk about oceans and climate change and small island developing states and how these ocean nations are impacted by all of what you see in these pictures. So we're very excited. It's April 13th and 14th. We hope that some of you will be able to come and participate in the conference like this one. It's been a fantastic year of conferences like this, negotiations like the BBNJ. We also didn't even talk about a plastic treaty negotiation to deal with ocean plastic and plastic life cycle to reduce the amount of plastic in the environment. We also have the UN Ocean Conference in June. We have the UN General Assembly meeting, and then we have the COP, which now has a very strong ocean component. So if this is the ocean year, if we can't make progress now, we won't make it at all. So this is the year we have to do it.
Merci beaucoup. Juste une dernière question.
Thank you very much. Now, a last question to Torsten Thiele and Masha Kalanina. You know, in your job funding those projects, do you ask diplomats to be even better at it? Should there be more diplomacy around oceans? Should states get together and understand one another better? Are you satisfied about the way things are going? Do you want more?
Clearer understanding of the issues and therefore a commitment to ambition. What we aim for is to fill this ambition with concrete steps. And so the financing commitments is one example, the technology is another example, but the capacity building, the engagement of all the nations, including the small island states, the coastal states, the landlocked developing countries, all of that is crucial to bring in. So we need a global ambition to deliver on this.
But you're satisfied with what's happening now?
I'll be satisfied once we have protected at least 30% of the ocean.
That's the problem. Masha,
I would just add, under the CBD, there is a process to establish EBSAs. So these are significant areas in marine waters and often actually overlapping boundaries. To your earlier question, and that's an important scientific collaboration that's been ongoing. So I actually want to celebrate and say as far as diplomacy between scientists, it's going very strong.
Yes,
and
this one, yes.
Yes, and I encourage that process further because these EBSA discussions do often lay important groundwork for future marine protected areas. At the national level, but also at the high seas level. So that's a place where they're doing things right, but let's just do more of that.
Okay, thank you. Would you add something?
I think this is just a wonderful conversation. It's great that you're here asking us these questions. I think the maps speak for themselves, and we have to get to work.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let's work. Thank you very much again. And the day is following is a wonderful movement towards ocean. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Christophe. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Rebonjour et bienvenue à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon again and welcome to all of you. On behalf of Le Point, which is a partner of the One Ocean Summit, we're here to talk about the sea with our very prestigious guests in this blue hotspot. So during this session, we are going to think about the sea as a source of inspiration. We're very lucky to have Francesca Thyssen-Bonamisa. She is the chair of the TBA 21 Academy, founded in Venice in March 2019, which is dedicated to the broadest expanse known on the world, the oceans. Francesca, I've read your work. You said that an academy is is designed to catalyze research, science, and observation of the oceans through art. All of this is in a wonderful exhibition space, which I was lucky enough to visit, Ocean Space, located in Venice in a 17th century church, San Lorenzo, which was Vivaldi's favorite because Vivaldi loved to have his concerts played there. You're here with Marcus Ryman, whom we already saw this morning during the Hotspot. Marcus Ryman, you are the head of the TBA 21 Academy, and we are soon going to have with us, he's going to reach us very soon, Jacques Rougerie, the architect and the Beaux-Arts member, who has designed some ships since the 70s. He's going to be with us. We also have Patricia Ricard, who is the head of the Paul Ricard Oceanographic Institute in the Zombie Islands in the Var region. You are carrying out the work done with your grandfather, Paul Ricard, together with Alain Bompard. You have a new marine platform to enable you better to understand how nature and nature sea biodiversity works. So welcome. We're very happy to have you with us. We call this Hotspot when the ocean inspires art, science, and technique. So we wanted to ask questions about the fact that we know that the ocean has a lot to give us, resources, knowledge, but inspiration as well. And inspiration is certainly something we need. And we were thinking that from art to biomimicry, art could elevate us and contribute to our development as human beings without us destroying it and without us destroying the pages of the book that is the ocean, which we may not even have started to open and read. So each of you is going to be able to speak for 4 and 5 minutes because Blue Hotspot is a very short format, and you're going to talk about the way in which you would respond to the following question. Can the ocean enable us to see SEE and SEA, see our future? And if time doesn't allow, well, certainly you will have stimulated our thinking pattern enough. So, Francesca Thyssen-Bordemisa, what is the purpose of TBA 21 Academy? What is it that you want to bring through this academy to all of those who want to protect the ocean? You want to do that through art, don't you? That's correct. We've been doing this for 20 years. So this year we are celebrating the 20 years of the TBA 21 Foundation, a foundation which I created to preserve environmental justice, all of the social aspect. So it was important for me to commission artists and to work on subjects that are very important.
Puzzled. I think I should go back to English. I would prefer to speak in English, actually.
In English, if you want, no problem.
No, because my French is good, but
no, I spoke to you.
But you know, if you look
are
at the
l'Académie Française with Eric Arsena.
Oh,
voilà. So,
pardon. I can do a bit of both. No, so I've always been a very determined person fighting for various causes, and to be able to put the world of arts, which was something I grew up with, into that and to be a vehicle for change for the better was essential. So for 10 years I already started working on environmental and social issues, but then 10 years ago we founded together with Marcus Ryman the Academy, because we wanted to really make a focus on something, because many people said, like, why are you focusing on just the ocean? I was like, wow.
Just
when
the
you
ocean.
start unfolding questions of the ocean, you enter a vast space. But the question is, why artists? And artists are an incredible conveners of people. They come into a space that is non-threatening. I think the cultural space is a very open space where conversation and dialogue can take place of very opposing voices. Just these images behind us are a correlation of so much different data and so many different disciplines. And I think being able to break down the silos, which are the ones we've all been brought up in, even in the cultural field we have those, and being able to see where the gaps are, and being able to, the artists are able to transport their research across these disciplines, entering many different spaces, and maybe taking topics that are too big for us to comprehend. I mean, 10 years ago, talking about climate change, it was already difficult for me to understand the scope. You know, there's some things are just too big for individuals. Sometimes they're too political and explosive for some scientific, or I mean, now we're talking about deep sea mining a lot, right? And in France, if you talk about deep sea mining, everybody starts tiptoeing around the room. Whereas we talk about deep sea mining very, very vocally and have been doing so for the last 10 years. So I think that the power of artists is to really instigate change and care. For me, care is very, very important, and we've established a culture of care within the organization. Speaking of deep sea mining, there you go, that's the International Seabed Authority in Kingston. There's just some images of some of the commissions that we've undertaken over the years for the Academy, but I'd rather Marcus talk about the program in much more definition, in much clearer terms than me.
Yes, and maybe Marcus, you can explain also what we see. We have different points of view here. An explanation is necessary.
Explanation is necessary. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the introduction, Francesca. I think actually the question that you gave us in the beginning is a fantastic one. Can the ocean help us see the future? And I think it can. No, I think it is what we're experiencing now is not only a crisis of political will, and it's not only a crisis, an economic crisis, and all kinds of converging climate crises, but it's also a crisis of imagination. No, and I think the ocean and thinking with and from the ocean, right, forces us to change our perspective. And forces us to stop thinking from the fixity of land, which is an imaginary fixity of land, no? To think with and through fluidity, and with and through change, and also with and through intricate interconnectedness in relations, no? And this is really, I think, when we allow ourselves or force ourselves to think from the ocean, we have to stretch our imagination. I think, you know, the science has been clear for so many years. We hear it today as again, right? So deep sea microbiologists say the one thing we need to do is keep fossil fuel in the ground, and that's what we need to do. It's so hard to imagine what this actually means, and therefore working with artists that have this fantastic imagination is incredibly powerful. A recently deceased, fantastic Black American feminist writer and thinker, Bell Hooks, said, "The purpose of art is not to tell it like it is. It is to show us what is possible." And I think that's what it is. No, art is creating models of the future that we can aspire to. And we are cultured beings. We are the stories that we tell ourselves, and we are becoming, or we can become, the stories that we tell of the world that we want to live in, right? So you asked about the works behind us.
Stories and emotions. Stories
are emotions.
Yeah.
Our emotions, absolutely. Yeah. And we know it, you know, I mean, someone told me recently, and I never thought about it this way, but the environmental movement, no, since 50 years, is very clear what it needs. But it's failing spectacularly to see where we are now. And I know that, I know Remy and Jim, you've done phenomenal work, no, to really provoke and inspire action. But on a grand scale, we've failed phenomenally, no, to find ourselves in the position that we're in right now. So to really ring in this radical transformation and change that we need, we also need to create the imaginary of what this means. How do we need to live? We continuously, although we know that we are in a deep crisis, we continuously perpetuate this myth of a constant growth, right? There's still no one here that says, okay, let's stop thinking about growth and let's think about degrowth and what could this actually mean, no? So I think it is absolutely important that we train this muscle, which is imagination, and then to turn to the people that have always, for centuries, been kind of the bodybuilders of this muscle, no, which are artists. And we know also, looking at theories of change, no, cultural change usually precedes political change and then behavioral change. So we need to have as much a cultural response to the crisis as we need the political buy-in, the political will, as much as we need then the actions and solutions.
Right. Can you just in a few words explain to us what are the works of art we have here?
So what we currently see on this slide is a work by the Inhabitants, which is a Portuguese artist collective that did work on deep sea mining. What we see behind us is a territorial agency, an architectural collective that did a work called Oceans in Transformation. They worked over years, starting from sea level rise, looking actually at a continuum between land and sea, and looked at how the sea and the ocean is changing. They call the ocean, or they say the ocean is a sensorium, right? That inscribes and reinscribes change onto the planet, right? So you can measure the change in the ocean, but the ocean also perpetuates change into the rest of the climate system, right? So they're thinking of continuums. They've gone through all kinds of open access data sets that usually don't talk to each other. Information is not information, data is not data, not exactly the same data. So they collected all of these data sets, they rendered them legible, and they put them next to each other. What we currently see on these screens are the single data sets. So they're unpeeling them like an onion, no? We see them together and then we unpeel them. What we see here is a work that we brought to the United Nations General Assembly with an artist collective called Superflex, artist group called Superflex, Danish artist group, that for the United Nations General Assembly last year projected this film of a siphonophore onto the facade of the United Nations. This siphonophore specifically travels every night from the twilight zone to the surface and back down. It's a huge carbon pump that happens with the largest migration that we see every night. We chose this work because the siphonophore is a collaborative animal. No, it's a colonial animal. They say it's an animal with a bunch of individuals that come together and become something else. The focus of the General Assembly last year was biodiversity and collaboration. So this animal was like a fantastic ambassador for that.
And this is Hunga Tonga, that no longer, Hunga Tonga no longer.
Yeah.
We were there on an expedition with the Superflex, the same artist, 3 years ago. And we took a number of images. Obviously, we had some experiments there as well with the European Space Agency scientist that was with us on board. So it just as a click through of all of the more environmentally informed ocean.
Great artist. Yes. Patricia Ricard depuis l'île.
Patricia Ricard from the Zambier Island. You've done a fantastic work, and you are doing fantastic work in your institute, in your organization. Do you think that the enhancing the understanding and the knowledge about the ocean can strengthen what we feel about the ocean, because we know that knowledge and emotions are intertwined? Yes, at the Oceanographic Institute, we take a very deep interest in life and the emergence of life in the ocean. In nature, there are lots of interactions between the sea and the earth. And I think that the artists give us an idea, a flavor of what is going to come, what lays in store for us. And the living sciences tell us where do we come from.
Et donc, aujourd'hui, quand on parle de solutions...
Now, the minister is joining us. And when we refer to biomimetics or when we refer to bio-inspired solutions, and this is what Jacques Rougerie did in the 1970s. We're desperately looking for solutions these days, but solutions are all around us. They're all around us, and they are heralded by the various species that have managed to survive, and they've got a lot to teach us. Obviously, you have to know how to decipher this knowledge. There's one other thing I really love with our institute. You see, these days, everybody finds it only natural for artists to live in residence, whereas it doesn't exist for scientists. If you were an artist and a biologist, you would be told, well, here you're going to use blue and red, and you're going to tell me what you've done during the day. This is what we ask from researchers, though we do need creativity among researchers and scientists. We need them to work as a pluridisciplinary team. So you're referring to creativity for scientists. Yes, indeed. And, you know, there's hard science and academia. And sometimes these people are slightly arrogant and sometimes they don't know how to get their message across or transmit their knowledge. But there's also a type of science which lies much closer to us, and which relies on creativity, and it's everyday life science. In order to solve a problem, you really need to go for breakthrough solutions inspired by nature and living organisms. So scientists can come and live within the institute and have residence. Well, unfortunately, we launched this program some years ago in Deauville, but it was interrupted and suspended because of the pandemic. So we are going to receive Korean students. Unfortunately, there was a travel ban on around the world, so we were not able to welcome the people we wanted to welcome. But I think it is very important to make sure that scientists enjoy the same sort of support as artists. And it's the only way we can protect life. Now, before giving the floor to Jacques Rougerie, I'd like to welcome Minister of Education, Jean-Michel Blanquer. Minister, we were referring to the need to consider that the sea could help us not to foresee our future, but to try and shape it differently. So, of course, science means transmission of knowledge, and therefore it gives us a cue to education and the school system. And there's something we need to learn from nature. It's as if it were a book, and we need to learn from this book before it burns. Thank you very much for welcoming me among you. And I would like to pay tribute to what has just been said. It's very important to avoid this silo mentality, make sure that these different bodies of knowledge are interconnected, and make sure that it's an impetus for students and for pupils to try and learn more. Of course, all students, all children know about the sea, and through this we can bring them to learn more about science. And we should not oppose arts and science. We should always highlight the bridges between the different bodies of knowledge. And we can also compare not only nature with a book, but with what we have to do, we must do for education. Because there's really something that is at the very heart of education and schooling. It's true that, unfortunately, children at school do not hear enough about the sea, including when they live near the sea in coastal cities. And this is why we've created in the Brittany region some coastal areas, coastal area teaching sessions and teaching programs because we want children to know more about the ocean and including get to know more from the scientific point of view. And I think it is very important to have this multidisciplinary approach in high school and in the education system. We now have environmental delegates because it's something that lies very close to my heart. The environmental protection and the sea, the ocean, shouldn't be something that is far away from the children. We invited children to give some thought to it, and they came up with this idea of having environmental delegates, and they exist in all schools throughout France, and they try and improve things around them in their daily lives, like cleaning a nearby forest or making sure that short economy networks are put in place for the canteen, and we also involve the parents, and we think it's the only way we can truly impact the real life, and we think that it's really something that is going to be a concrete step. Trying to remain optimistic, it's not something that should lead us to be too pessimistic. It should be really a good impetus for action.
Last question, this One Ocean Summit in Brest, well, is it an opportunity for France to set the tone at European level? Yes, of course. First of all, as everyone knows here, France is the second worldwide maritime power. So, of course, we want to put that forward. This is what we're doing today, but we should be doing it constantly. Moreover, we now have the presidency of the European Union. Right now, I'm presiding several councils on education. There's been one in January. The first one was in commitment of young people for sustainable development. And the sea is at the center of that. This happened in Strasbourg, so it doesn't have to be at a port city. So today I am here in Brest to take this commitment forward, and I'm very pleased to be with people such as Jacques Rougerie or Eric Orsena and, of course, Olivier Poivre d'Arvor. When you say Bruno de Fontenoy, you rub the magic lamp and they seem to appear from nowhere. Thank you very much, Minister Blanquer. I think you are going to be live on television in a minute. You are expected somewhere else. Thank you. Thalassa, the sea, wonderful. We have a sea specialist, Jacques Rougerie, with us. I've seen that the sea orbiter was there. So if you have to go, please do go. We will continue the conversation, so enjoy the next panel. Marcus will stay with us, however. So Jacques Rougerie, I was saying earlier that you have spent a record amount of time under the sea. In the 70s, you were one of the first to experiment with underwater life. It was in 72 at sea from Key Largo. So we were under the sea after having stayed in underwater habitat. The first time was away from Marseille. Cousteau, Jacques Cousteau was the first man to have built a habitat underwater in 1962 in the Friuli region of Italy, and then together with Comex we submerged the hippocampe where I lived, and then I built a number of underwater habitats. You're a sea creature almost. We were talking very passionately with young people so that they can feel committed to the future of the ocean. So when I say that I'm a sea creature, it's not just a joke. It's a philosophy of the people who go underwater. It's a new world that's opening up to mankind. So with all due respect to my friend Eric Orsena, somebody who lives on Earth is blind to the beauty of the sea. So sailors don't know what happens underwater. Together with Francesca Thyssen-Bonnemisa, we were talking yeah, it's wonderful talking with her. She was talking about biomimicry, biomimetism. This is something that animals are teaching us. We're talking about emotion and art, and I just want to ask you something, a question that everyone tried to answer. It's a very broad question. Well, you're an architect, as I recalled earlier. I introduced you in absentia. I recall that the ocean can allow us to see, C-S-E-E and C-S-E-A, no pun intended, our future. You've designed the sea orbiter, which allows us to see underwater. So can we see the future through the sea? Can we reinvent a better life in this way? Well, I do believe so. I think we can build a better life that way, because the underwater universe is one of the great conquests of the 21st century. We have to develop science and technology in the 21st century, and this is completely overhauling our civilization. We need to explore the underwater world. We need to create a multitude of very diverse machines. Tara, which is, it's not a project, it's a reality. The Tara program is quite extraordinary. Or Jean-Louis Etienne's project, or Sea Orbiter, or many others. The underwater world is huge. It represents 71% of the surface of the globe. It's the blue planet, after all. That's what we call it. It's like a spaceship. That's what Jean-François Clairvoy said to his host. He said, this blue planet is a spaceship. It looks like a spaceship seen from space. We were talking about emotion, we were talking about art, all deeply convinced of the beauty of the ocean. And dreams as well, as Eric has mentioned. Eric is also a sea creature like you. He's an earth creature, he's a mountain creature. He's a little bit of that. He's a poly creature. He belongs to many different worlds. So we're talking about art, we're talking about emotion, and we all agree on this. It's something that we all deeply feel here at the Brest Summit, but there's a lot of political tension. Some people want to grab certain territories. So all of those sea creatures with their ability to observe species, all of these artists who allow us to perceive the sea differently through their work. All of this going to enable us to go beyond these walls over the oceans that are preparing? Well, these are very complex issues that you're dealing with, says Jacques Rougerie. Jacques, Patricia, perhaps you can comment on this.
Contemporary art or contemporary art. It doesn't really matter. Ever since, and probably also before, but ever since the Pissoir kind of entered the museum space, as an artwork, there have been systemic questions asked by artists, and artists have been challenging systems forever. They've been trained as critical thinkers. They are on the forefront of thought. They are on the forefront of questions of environmental and social justice. They've been working on the interconnectedness and the transdisciplinary work forever, right? I think if anyone is really trained and able to address these questions that you're just mentioning, with colonial past, all the implications that there are, I think artists are the ones that can really push the boundaries and really challenge us to think in a completely different way.
Patricia, sur cette question.
Patricia, what do you have to say about this? I completely agree with what Marcus has just said. I believe that artists enable us to hope and dream, but if you want to reach the dream that the artist is putting forward, the rational side of the scientist and the engineer has to be able to build this. Some people dream, but then others have to build the map of the future. So we need both in order for our dreams to become reality, some people have to dream those dreams and others have to put them in practice. We've understood that biologists can come in residence, not just artists. Now, Jacques Rougerie, one last word. I came to see the sea orbiter on your barge, and we made an article about this in Le Point. So where does this stand now?
Non, écoutez, je vais...
Where does the sea orbiter stand? Well, I'm going to be very cautious.
L'adage le dit, non mais je crois que bon voilà.
We're not going to put the
On essaie de le faire en partie.
cart before the oxen.
Il y a un certain nombre de personnes, de bonnes.
So there's a number of people who are helping out with Sea Orbiter and who are helping me to carry on with this wonderful adventure to explore the oceans. I think that Sea Orbiter is in the middle of things and in a great dynamic at the moment. So we came about a little bit early when the ocean wasn't really at the center of current concern. So now we're at the One Ocean Summit, and we can feel that there's a very strong commitment from the President of the French Republic and a number of other stakeholders. So the outlook on Sea Orbiter has completely changed, and there's also the French Maritime Cluster there to support me and to support me on this project. So we hope that we can offer young generations this wonderful vessel of the future, descendant of Jules Verne's dreams. And as Patricia was saying earlier, the dream can become reality, but we have to be pragmatic in order to do that.
So there is the Institute and the Academy that putting nature and art at the forefront, and we do have you with this symbol of the Sea Orbiter. So it's a symbol for young generations. Thank you very much to all of you, and let's meet again at 5:30 to now focus on Pacific.
Ouais, parce que c'est live. Je lance. Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to those who are watching us around the world. We are with Christophe Ono-Dibio, the Deputy Chief Editor.
We are with Christophe Ono-Dibio.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you for being with us, Christophe, in this hotspot, blue hotspot.
Yeah, that's a good name.
And we are very happy that you brought your electricity, your questions to our panelists. We are in the middle, for those who are not here physically in person, of the workshops. We are organizing 10 workshops on the ground floor and 10 forums on the first floor, treating the topicalities of the ocean. And we decided here in the middle of this work.
Can you explain what, Ashok, what is this work? It's amazing.
Yes, so it's a collective of artists and scientists who have explored the 7 oceans in 7 trajectories, showing how the Anthropocene has developed his presence, and to show that the ocean is not empty, it's full of humanity, and sometimes the humanity has done some damage.
But this is work of art, or this is science, or this is something to drive emotions, oceanic emotions into us?
Yes, absolutely. And so this work belongs to the collection of Baroness Thyssen-Bornemisza. who was with you.
Yes, of course.
And who
she founded an academy in Venice.
Yes, the Academy of the Ocean.
Yes.
And so it's very much in the wake of that and in the wake of the One Ocean Summit, which she's supporting, that we thought that we could have this installation where we would have eminent speakers to discuss the extreme topicalities of the ocean. And especially this one.
Yes. With Pascal Lamy, which is just, you have the camera here,
Behind
dear Pascal. You're here, yes.
Uh,
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you, Pascal. To finish on this,
yes.
We are at the last hotspot that you are animating, Christophe, and we are in the Pacific, because this trajectory is the equatorial Pacific that these artists of territorial agency have put together with data. And so we thought that it would be a fantastic conclusion to have these two eminent speakers speak about the Pacific as we close the workshops and we close the hotspot with you.
Thank you very much, dear Ashok, and thank you to our guests to be here. Je voudrais juste switcher.
Let me switch to French if you don't mind, to tell you how glad we are to be partners to the One Ocean Summit at Le Point, to focus on the Pacific area. So what's going on here? Well, the small islands, the small state islands in the Pacific are subject to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, which is called the INN, illegal, non-reported, non-regulated, and also the impact of the global warming. So what are the hopes and fears for the Pacific region? Maybe the fears first and the hopes second. What are the hopes that can be harbored by these island states? And to do so, we are going to give the floor to Pascal Lamy, President of the Paris Peace Forum, also President of the French Committee of the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, and also Starfish 2030. Maybe I forgot one of your hats, Pascal. No, it's perfect. Thank you very much. And we're very glad, very lucky in having Peter Thompson, who is the Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations for the Ocean.
Hello, Peter Thompson. Nice to see you and to talk with you.
Sure.
Alors voilà, c'est un petit blue hotspot.
So it's a blue hotspot. It's highly concentrated. It's going to last for some 20 minutes. We're going to focus on the hopes and fears for the Pacific. And if possible, we will go on with our discussions, if possible, if time permits. Otherwise, I'm sure that there'll be plenty food for thought. So let's start with you, Pascal. The hopes and the fears. Can you tell us about the lay of the land in the Pacific region?
Bon, évidemment, si vous me permettez, je préférerais que ce soit Peter.
Now, I'd rather have Peter telling us about what's going on in the Pacific region, because I know the area very well. I visit it very regularly, and I'll tell you why later on. However, giving you a brief on the Pacific region before Peter Thompson isn't in the right order of things, I think. So I think we'd rather give him the floor first.
That's all courtesies observed, I guess, but I have to tell you all that my comrade here is actually an ordained high chief in Samoa. He was ceremonially installed as such. So I think I'm only speaking because you've instructed me to, but he's the high chief up here. I'd also like to recognize Minister Heremona from French Polynesia, who's sitting here in the audience and again is more qualified than me to speak on these issues. But perhaps you'll direct one of your questions to Minister in the course of this hotspot. But let me address what you've said. The fears, what was it? The fears and the, what was the question? The fears and the?
Fears and hopes. We
and
hope
hopes.
that there is
okay.
hope
the fears and hopes. Okay, well, look, I mean, to add up the fears first with global warming causing rising sea levels, you all know about that, and melting glacier up in Svalbard is going to cause the lagoon levels in Tuvalu to go up. It's one ocean. So those fears of rising sea levels, but the global warming and the resulting heating of the ocean is causing other great ecological changes. Life is moving away from the tropics for water temperature reasons. Our scientists in the South Pacific have done all the studies, and they show that 3 out of 5 of our commercial tuna species are going to leave the Southwest Pacific in this century, and they will move across to the Eastern Pacific. And when you think about a country like Tuvalu getting 90% of its foreign exchange from tuna licenses, this is obviously a big fear. You look at tourism, which for French Polynesia or Fiji, is a huge part now of a majority, in fact, of our foreign exchange earnings. What's the future of tourism at a time when fossil fuels are being phased out? What's the future of civil aviation, which obviously relies on fossil fuels? So we're having to think about all those deeply because obviously we want a world which is fossil fuel free as well, because that's our chief problem, the global warming one. So I could go on in terms of the hopes. Look, Pacific Island people have lived for 4,000 years in harmony with the ocean. I'm a 5th generation Fijian. My folks came out on sailing ships. Human beings can live with the ocean without all the modern amenities that we've become used to today. If you look at indigenous knowledge, it predates marine protected area concept by thousands of years. The Rahui concept, all through the Pacific Islands. Indigenous knowledge knows when certain species need to be protected, when certain areas need not to be fished, and so on. So I have great faith that that people who live in islands, and the same would go for the coastal areas of Europe, here in Breton, they know so much more about what's going on out there in the ocean and how we relate to it. So my hopes are in island people and coastal people that they will show us the way.
Un peu donc les Bretons vus comme les Fidjiens.
So the Bretons, people from the Brittany, the French Brittany, would be very close to the Fiji Islands. So let's now give the floor to the chief, the High Chief Pascal Lamy. Now I'm going to share with you a piece of information, which is the fact that my name, as ordained in Samoa. My real name is Pascal Lamy, but my name in Samoa is Amamoa Ale Tue. So over there, I'm a very important personality, and I'm sure that my Polynesian friends, can you give us some translation? It means someone who is not afraid when he needs or he must fight. This is what my name means over there. Now, Peter Thompson described very well what is at stake here, and I'll try and answer your question and tell you or try to highlight what could be done. You mentioned 3 of my hats. As it were, all of them oriented towards the Pacific region. There's the French Committee of the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, the Paris Peace Forum, and the Starfish Mission. These are 3 domains where I am involved, and all this leads to my commitment towards the Pacific region And it also leads to a series of actions. And I just want to mention the main one, which is protection of marine areas. This is what we call the marine area protection, which isn't equal to forbidding people from working with the ocean. The MPAs just mean that, in particular, in the Pacific area, this overfishing activity is stopped. Now, in 2018, we have given priority to such projects in South Pacific. In 2019, we also, with the Pacific community, we decided to launch a program involving the whole region. And in 2021, we also started another project for the protection of the coral reefs that are attacked by the acidification of the ocean and supported and underpinned by the Rices Coalition. In May this year, in the last week of May, we are going to organize a forum in Papeete with the French Committee of the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council. With the French team, there's one in Nouméa, and in the areas where France is present in the Pacific area. And so we are going to be present. And at this junction, we are going to introduce the Starfish Mission, the European Starfish Mission, which includes a marine protected area project, but not only in the Pacific area, but also in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Caribbean, and of course, the Atlantic Ocean is also part of the European funds and the end of the MPA policies. Of course, these MPAs have to be described and have to be protected. Yes, but how do you do that? How can you protect these areas? Well, this is what matters, obviously. In order to protect these areas, you can use either you can use vessels, or you can use vessels which are manned, or you can use robots, or you can use transponders that are located on the vessels, and more particularly fishing vessels, so that you know more or less when these vessels are involved in fishing. So, of course, you need a surveillance system. Everybody knows that the surveillance is absolutely key, and this is where the European Union is doing something. So fishing, illegal fishing, it's one issue, obviously, but there are other points to be taken into account. It's well known that in this area there are also mining resources, and some of these island states with limited means, with a shrinking fishing resource, may think that they should have a right to exploit these underwater deposits. According to Ifremer, the nodules, because these mining areas in the Clarion-Clipperton area reach some 34 billion of tons. So some small states may argue that it's a source of development for them. However, we know that mining can be, and deep sea mining can be very detrimental, very harmful for the ocean. So what can we do? What can we tell these states?
Because Minister Hermona and I were having a meeting about this today. And if you look at a map of the Pacific, all the way from Rapa Nui, which is in Chile, through Pitcairn Island, which is a British territory, through French Polynesia, and then all the way across to the Asian coast, if you think where Palau is. The Pacific Islands have a great blue wall of exclusive economic zones which has the potential for being the best governed part of the ocean. And I'll take on the North Atlantic anytime in terms of the strengths of our regional institutions, the South Pacific Commission, the Secretary of the Pacific Commission is now called, the Pacific Island Forum, the SPREP in your hometown in Apia in Samoa, and the Forum Fisheries Agencies in Honiara. We have fantastically strong regional organizations. The thing that is missing is funding. And the developed countries who eat all the tuna, because most of the tuna in the world comes from that zone, they want their tuna to be sustainably caught and feel good when they have their salade niçoise, right? But you expect the Pacific Island countries, LDCs like Kiribati and so on, to look after the sustainability of all that and to pay for the upkeep of marine protected areas and so on. This is wrong. You know, this is a universal human responsibility for the ocean to be healthy. So we have to sort out the funding of this. People tell me there's so much money available, we don't have a project. Well, in that Great Blue Wall that I have just described, there are 100,000 projects, be it about tuna sustainability or be it about restoring mangroves or crab farming in mangroves or be it about women's projects for sustainable aquaculture. There's just all these projects, but they need the funding. And what is missing at the moment, and this is where I think this Great Blue Wall idea, and we're doing a similar one for East Africa, is so good, is the idea that there's proper governance of this. That there's, countries and international organizations on a board of trustees of these Great Blue Walls, that there are technical committees that assess which ones can be done, and then for donors, start putting your billions of dollars in, because it's for your own protection as well. When it comes to that deep sea mining question, look, Clarion-Clipperton Zone is in the high seas. That's the responsibility of International Seabed Authority in Jamaica. That's where you would have to direct your question. And, UNCLOS, which governs that, is supposed to look at environmental responsibility as well as everything else. Thanks.
Et sur ce deuxième point, sur les richesses.
And regarding this second point on the wealth that is not shrinking, but which can be extracted from the deep sea, is it something which is good, or is it part of the fears that can be harbored for this area in particular? Now, Peter has just provided you with one part of the answer, i.e., in the areas that are not the exclusive economic areas around the states, there's the International Seabed Organization. Therefore, there's an international authority that assesses and may forbid exploitation in a number of cases. Now, this has come under fire, you see, and there are three schools of thought when you listen to, depending on whom you listen to, the NGOs or the negotiators or the governments. And when it comes to water columns and biodiversity, some people argue it should be prohibited. It should be banned. Others say it should be exploited in a reasonable manner, whatever that may mean. And of course, here you can argue for ages on what it means. And the third position, which is a sort of middle-of-the-road solution, so it's good, but on the other hand, it doesn't tell you about the future sufficiently clearly. It says, well, these people say you should have a moratorium, but of course it's something which is not very convenient. What does it mean? Well, it means that we're not going to take any final position. We're not going to say that it's forbidden or it's authorized. We're just going to put all the authorization on the back burner, and then we'll listen to the scientists and we'll see. Now, I don't have any clear-cut opinion on this because I'm no expert, but from what I gather and from from what I know and from what I can hear in the during the discussions at the Commission that produced the starfish project, well, you know, it's something. It's the sort of answer which is typical of economists. You know, this sort of reasonable exploitation. Well, in some cases, you know, it may be dangerous. It may not be dangerous. But of course, the principle of precaution should apply. And when you don't know what could be the outcome, well, you just refrain from doing anything because, well, this is my personal opinion, at least.
Peter Thompson.
Peter Thompson, what do you think about this caution? We talked about Pascal Lamy's surname, the man who does not fear to respond when he's attacked in Samoan. Is he too cautious on deep-sea mining? Because deep-sea mining could be a source of wealth for Pacific nations.
You will perhaps gather that I'm deflecting your question, and I'll be quite open about that, because I was president of the Seabed Authority Council, I was president of the Assembly of the Seabed Authority, and so I'm well-versed on Seabed Authority matters. But all I can say is I'm the Secretary General of the UN's representative, and the International Seabed Authority is a member state organization, and the government of France and the government of Fiji go there and they make the decisions, and as a UN man, I have to toe the line. But what I can say to you is this: we in Fiji decided there will be no deep-sea mining within our EEZ. We've assessed that. We don't think it's right for our marine ecosystem. And so our Prime Minister has announced that no deep-sea mining inside Fiji waters. Can I just go back to my funding thing? I know people don't like talking about money, but, you know, since the audience is mainly from northern countries, I'm sure you're not aware that $20 to $30 billion of your money, along with Northwest Asia, of your money is put into harmful fisheries subsidies every year. $20 to $30 billion. And for the last 20 years, we've been negotiating at the WTO, and Pascal was a big part of that. But this is the year we can actually ban it. And we're talking about $20 to $30 billion, which could be diverted to these sustainable projects that we've been talking about.
We have a surprise. We have a special guest. We have Monsieur Le Drian.
We have some more
le ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères.
We have the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, whom we're very pleased to welcome here, and who might want to say a word about the Pacific area. Dear Minister, please come and join us.
Comment allez-vous? Merci de nous rendre visite.
How are you? Thank you so much for joining us. Please take a seat.
Monsieur le ministre, oui, mais un petit mot quand même des craintes et espoirs.
Mr. Minister, we were talking about fears and hopes for the Pacific with Pascal Lamy and Peter Thompson. The Pacific area where there's illegal fishing, where we talk about deep-sea mining, which is being considered.
Est-ce qu'il faut craindre pour cette zone pacifique?
Should we fear for the Pacific area, or are there reasons to hope for things to get better in this strategic area of the world? It is a strategic area in many respects. It is a strategic area in terms of threats of conflict, powers that are confronting each other via the Pacific. There's also a challenge to do with freedom of movement, which is a key aspect. And then biodiversity and ecosystem preservation.
Espace.
This is a vast space which is at the center of the challenges for the future. What action can France and Europe undertake? Well, I will tell you very soon. I won't tell you straight away because I'm going to another meeting and this would take a little bit too long. The French presidency of the European Union has decided to organize a forum on the Indo-Pacific region in a few days' time, and the issue of the ocean will be key in this meeting. I can't remember the exact date, I think 22nd of February.
avec des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de
with heads of states and governments, ministers from the area.
Nous sommes au centre du sujet. Très bien.
And we're at the very heart of the subject here. Thank you so much, but I have another meeting.
Sorry, just while the minister is here, on behalf of the Pacific people present, because we have the Minister of French Polynesia here with us, and we have the Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum is also here with us. And I would just like to say, from the Pacific side, thank you so much to France for putting on the One Ocean Summit. It starts the year for us the way we want, which is ocean action and getting the funding flowing into sustainable blue economy.
Parfait. Merci à vous.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You have to, so you want to... You did a drink. Yes, maybe. Would you like to come et nous dire quelques mots?
Would you like to say a few words? Come to the floor
Asseyez-vous, je vous en prie.
to say a few things. Please take a seat. It's important that we should hear your voice. Thank you so much for being with us.
Vous nous avez entendu parler, alors je sais bien que
You've heard us talk. Now I know that we had a Samoan chief with us who's just left.
Votre sentiment
Now, what's your overall feeling
dans laquelle vous vivez
about the area you live in, where so many people live, under a lot of threats, but also a lot of hopes for the future?
exemple de danger, notamment pour l'environnement.
Yet there is overarching danger. What's your feeling about all this? Well, first of all, I think that we need to have a clear position as people from the region. When you're in a flat in Manhattan or the 16th arrondissement of Paris, it's easy to say that you should stop fishing. Yes, we have to stop fishing, but we need to stop illegal fishing in the Pacific, which represents 338 tons of tuna illegally fished, which represents $68 million worth of business. Now, let's not forget that when you want to set up protected maritime areas, well, the concept is different when you actually live there. We live on small islands, rocks almost. Our environment is a maritime environment, it's the sea. So if we're banned from having access to that environment, then we no longer have a garden. The ocean is not an obstacle for us. This is where we live. It is where we live. It's the connection between all of the Pacific islands. For oceanic populations, it is a common good, which is a term I've heard floated about a lot.
Sont largement sensibilisés depuis des générations.
The populations have been made aware for generations, for millennia, says the minister. It's not something we're just finding out about. Sorry to interrupt, but this harmony you're talking about, which is millennia old, isn't it being disrupted right now? Yes, of course it is. It's not always an easy task to manage those areas. I heard you say that for small nations, it's no easy task. We are very small when you think about the land that comes out of the ocean, but we're great oceanic nations. Polynesia is as large as Europe. Well, I was talking about economic powers and trying to agree with you, but when you see that there are very precious resources there, you can't just tell these nations, don't go mining there because it might be harmful. First of all, we have to be clear what we're talking about. There's an expression that has shocked people, but we want to get to know what's in the seabed better. There have been a few studies, but otherwise you don't really know what you're talking about. We need to know, to have better knowledge of our seabed. I think more people went to the moon than went to the Marianne. Fault line. So we need to get to know the seabed better. We have a degree of traditional knowledge for certain sites. We know certain areas that we want to preserve. We have knowledge of these, but beyond a certain depth, we need more knowledge. We need better knowledge in order to make good decisions. That's right. So you need to have knowledge before you make decisions. When you talk about exploration, people hear mining. They sound similar in French as well, but it's quite different.
Souvent dans l'histoire, ça a commencé par une exploration et ensuite.
Well, you often start with exploration and then you move on to mining. That's what's tended to happen in the past.
De quoi on parle à chaque fois?
We need to be clear what we're talking about every time.
Clear that we need to know what's down there. That's exploration. And remember that the International Seabed Authority is not giving out any mining licenses or exploitation licenses yet, only exploration licenses. But before we get off fishing, the quality of our audience, I've just shown you the minister, but we've got the FAO's director of fisheries here who can answer your earlier questions much better than I can about illegal fishing in the Pacific. Manuel, will you just take the mic off me just for a second? This is a hotspot ambush.
Alors ça va continuer pendant 8 heures, hein, je vous annonce. Voilà.
C'est très interactif en tout cas.
Ouais. Ah, c'est très interactif, ça, je vous en prie.
You know, they said you need to keep your friends closer and your enemies even closer.
Yeah.
You know that?
Please have a seat. Please have a seat.
Yeah, thank you for dropping me in the middle of the ocean. But actually, what I have heard today from Pascal Lamy, I'm from you, I'm from the minister as well, is the need to do proper management. There has been a complete misunderstanding, in my view, of what is needed in the ocean, which is proper management. And proper management is a complex operation. It requires political will, it requires a funding that Peter Thompson was calling for, it requires institutions, it requires processes that are agreed, acknowledged, and respected by all. And in the Pacific and in other regions of the world, the only way of achieving that for fisheries is through the regional fisheries management organizations, because those are mechanisms where the countries of the regions and any country that has an interest in that region becomes a member, agrees to what that body is going to regulate, agrees to pay fees and manage the process, and agrees by the principles and decisions of that process. That is the only way in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, in Central Atlantic, or in any other way. And that management is essential, and we need to respect that and we need to support it, because, in fact, when it comes to fisheries, there has been a complete disinvestment in fisheries sustainability over the last 20 years. And the reason for it is because it's not catchy enough, it's not sexy enough, and so it goes to other places. So illegal activity will be resolved when we have management. It is a consequence of poor management.
Pourquoi vous dites que c'est pas assez sexy en fait? What's the point about that?
Why are you saying it's not sexy enough? Why not?
You just say it's not so interesting or sexy to.
Right.
Why? Because it seems to be fundamental.
Well, some organization decided that there wasn't much to be gained from funding fisheries because it was reaching a level of exploitation that could not make it economically an activity that would grow more. So they decided that it was not worth investing. And others felt that it was more, it's better for them to invest in other activities, in other economic activities that had better press. So that is the result of when you have that circumstance where this investment takes place, then suddenly things deteriorate and fingers are pointed, but no one is pointing it in the right direction.
And to back up what Manuel has said there, can I just do a little ambush poll of the audience? Okay, because I'd like the audience, this is a very educated audience, but hands up those people who have heard of RFMOs. Yeah, it's maybe I would say amongst the general population, maybe 1 in 1,000 people have ever heard of an RFMO. right? But they buy fish every week. But they've never heard of an RFMO. RFMOs, under the law of the sea, are the designated body to manage the high seas fisheries. And as Manuel says, if they're not strong and they're not doing the job, well, that's where we get the overfishing of 34% that we've got at the moment. So we want to make the world wake up to the power of the RFMOs to do good. And that's one of the things we're hoping to really get across at the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon in June. The need for us to strengthen RFMOs.
The next one, yes. Je vous en prie.
Juste quand même, on a toujours l'impression que nous sommes des enfants dans le Pacifique.
It always seems that we're children in the Pacific, that we don't know what to do. Yes, there's a form of condescension towards people of the Pacific, towards oceanic people.
Nous, on va certainement être les premières victimes.
We are certainly going to be the first victims of climate change, but we also want to be there to propose solutions. I don't want to talk about other countries. I'm going to talk about French Polynesia. In terms of fishing, for many years we have banned any foreign fleet from fishing in our waters. And that's the case on a surface area that's as large as Europe. We fish 0.2% of all of the fishery in the Pacific, 6,000 tons of tuna a year, which is perhaps the equivalent of one instance of fishing by an American or Spanish ship. So our area is a sanctuary for marine mammals. We were the first to ban shark fishing, shark finning. And we think that we can stand as an example that can be applied elsewhere, because it's the same culture, the same relationship with the ocean, the same relationship with marine mammals. When I was talking about sharks earlier, they're not just an animal, they're also an ancestor as we consider them. Yes, it's a form of divinity. That's right. So it's much easier to take Polynesian concepts and to develop them in the region rather than taking solutions from the outside.
On se retrouve pas à l'intérieur de cette architecture,
This architecture, these concepts make no sense to us. So it's important for us to think differently. So perhaps we should end the work of the United Nations on the ocean.
It's not a structure, an architecture suitable for lots of people.
No,
that's why I understand.
No.
I'm
the
joking.
United Nations is very strong on indigenous knowledge, very strong on the value of that, and we don't want to lose it, and we want to be guided by it.
No, but it was saying
it'll be. I know French Polynesia will be in Lisbon at the UN Ocean Conference to do exactly that. Can I finish up here with a nice photograph for my tweet of the day with these, and anybody else from the audience would like to join us? I need to do a nice tweet because it's been a lot of fun. Thanks so much.
Non, je pense que, encore une fois, tous les modèles ne sont pas adaptables partout.
I don't think that models can be adapted anywhere and everywhere. Some adaptations need to be done. We need to be more flexible when we talk about protected marine areas. Well, they need to be used as a tool that include different concepts. Peter Thompson.
Donc je parle en français alors du coup si vous comprenez parfaitement. Ce qu'il disait, il disait on nous prend pour des enfants en fait.
The minister was saying that we're being treated like children.
No, he was saying we just like kids.
This guy is Fijian, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Are you right with that?
No, they're
that
the fathers.
This big organization considers themselves
they are the
as
fathers,
kids.
we are the children.
Oui, no, that's right.
Well, you know, when did the Vikings sail across to North America? I don't know, somebody tell me. 2,000 years ago, maybe? The canoes were crossing the Pacific 4,000 years ago. You know, they're the fathers. We're the children. We come after.
Parfait. Bah, sur ces belles paroles, voilà, à méditer. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Well, we can finish on those beautiful words. It's all very stimulating. There's still a lot of work to do,
Merci beaucoup.
but it's certainly all very stimulating. I'd like to thank our special guest, very enlightening.
Donc c'est la fin de ces blue.
And we shall meet again soon. This is the end of the blue hotspots with Le Point.
Et à bientôt, toujours sur le sujet.
Thank you so much, and we'll meet again soon to talk about oceans. Thank you.